Sio Halito, peace to everybody in the chat, people observing, people that will come later, to all my relations. Happy Gregorian New Year, and most of all, happy Haitian Independence Day. We're going to celebrate our relations, all right? We're going to celebrate our relations today. Today is Haitian Independence Day, all right? If you know, the Haitians are indigenous peoples, all right? They consist of various indigenous tribes, and the main ones that are highlighted are the Taino, all right? So later they became the Maroons over here, that Creole culture. A lot of Haitians came to Louisiana, and that is a part of the Louisiana Creole culture, that gumbo pot. So it's some Haitian Creole in there too, y'all. So, all right. So we want to honor the mothers, the women, because a lot of the women were doing like spiritual ceremonies before they won the war. So it was spiritual war, mental war, and physical war. So we're going to honor the spiritualness first, and then we're going to go into it. So I told y'all it's a celebration today. We still celebrating. So I got my rum. I don't know if y'all can see it, but I got my rum. And I got some tobacco. I got rum for the sugar cane, the sugar plantations. So, and I got my sacred tobacco. So, y'all can see, I got my tobacco, my sacred tobacco. And I do have some organic tobacco, some American Spirit, the black box. All right. All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all showing up today. And those who will show up later, I appreciate y'all. It's a laid back day, because everybody was kicking it yesterday. So, did y'all enjoy the Gregorian New Year parties and shit? Did y'all do ceremony, or did y'all party? Did y'all get sacred inebriated? Or did y'all go too far? What y'all do? Share in the chat. All right, so I did want to speak on this. All right, so we have the first inhabitants of the island. All right, you have the Taino and you have the Arawak tribe. The Arawak tribe. It is believed that they populated the Caribbean in 600 AD and have origins from Brazil and Venezuela, the Amazon. Groups like the Taino settled on the centermost island, which they named Haiti, and established their chiefdoms. Other Caribbean groups, like the Igneri and the Caribs, would frequent the island and populate some parts of it as well. The Taino lived mostly peaceful until some Italian man lost at sea named Christopher stumbled into their land and colonized it. Brutal systems like disease, killed off some. Many of them died from disease. All right, I'm reading this little excerpt. All right, the Spanish declared them extinct. They always declaring somebody fucking extinct. All right. They declared them extinct by the mid 1500s. All right. When the French settlement began in 1625, some journals wrote of the existing indigenous groups on the island of Tortuga. By 1650s, the French began importing enslaved peoples, whether they were indigenous, and a small amount of Agbulans from New France and surrounding islands. All right. Uh, excuse me. The French did continue to import natives, indigenous peoples, on a very small scale, they say. And they trafficked, they raided, they traded with competing tribes. All right. So you have the Lucayans, the Renards, the Caribs, the Natchez. They were enslaved and trafficked. Okay, by the 1700s, their population was in the 300s to 500. The Natchez Indians, alongside their chief Grand Soleil, were sold to Saint Domingue after losing a war in the 1730s. Going forward, there are many indigenous tribes that lived in Haiti on that island since the French consensus. They don't list all of them, but the various indigenous tribes do exist, and they are of various shades of melanin. All right, people, what they call misnomer people of color, right? Newspapers have published articles about the Indian families living in the southern region. They call it Les Calles. All right. Also, during the revolutionary years, some have left due to violence. So we have the indigenous people that were involved in the Haitian Revolution, right? They were dark-skinned indigenous peoples from various tribes, the tribes that I named earlier. And it says a final French colonial census in 1802 put their population at 3,000 at the eve of the Haitian independence. All right. So it's a lot of mixed indigenous peoples there. All right. So the Haitian Declaration of Independence gave immediate citizenship to indigenous refugees, also requesting asylum, as did others. Um, they drafted constitutions until the American occupation. A lot of Haitian people find their indigenous roots. We know this, right? And so I want to get to the meat and potatoes. I just wanted to read this excerpt. All right. So, excuse me. So we did talk about the Taino origins. They do have petroglyphs everywhere. They have evidence there. And one of the spiritual aspects in one of the women was Anacoana. And she's pictured there, that red clay looking statue. All right, Anacoana. So we're going to go over Urzuli Dantor. All right. That is the melanated woman with her baby on her lap, and Anacoana. All right. Anacoana and Conabo are revered in Haitian society. A lot of Haitian words have Taino origins like Kalaloo, Lambi, Konuk, Kukau, and Babako. A lot of Haitian historians believe that certain traditions were actually they were indigenous. They were indigenous traditions. So Haitians have rara festivals that could have been in a version of Taino or Rito celebrations. Instruments like maracas, guiras, vaccines, and also other drums, etc., have indigenous origins. It's also known that Haitian voodoo, the spirituality system of Haiti, is indigenous. All right. Aye bobo, aye bobo. To all my people out there, and sec passe to all my Haitians out there. So we do have a lot of indigenous influence because it's indigenous peoples, right? So happy Haitian Independence Day. All right, let's go over Urzuli Dantor. How y'all doing in the chat? Let me look. See who in the chat. Now, my previous video, I did give some shout outs to Urzuli Dantor. All right. She usually has a knife. All right. A knife, a machete, a sword, whatever you want to call it. She had a blade. Right. She had a blade. And I did give honor to all the melanated Madonnas and the great mothers, great mystery, the creatresses. So I did do that on my last installment. Yeah, I can check that out. So I'm going to pull this up about Anakoana. So this is one rendition of her, one depiction of her, melanated with curly, long black hair, wavy hair. This is one rendition of her. So Anakoana is the golden flower, all right? The golden flower, the Haitian chiefess of power. All right. Now, she was born in 1474, July. Okay, so she was born in 1474 and she lived until 1503, July 1503. She was a Taino chiefess born into a family of chiefs and the sister of Bohichio, chief of Aragua. Her husband was Kanabo, chief of the nearby territory of Maguana. Her brother and her husband were two of the 5 highest chiefs who ruled the island of Haiti, also called Quisqueya, when the Spaniards settled there in 1492. She was celebrated as a composer of poetry, ballads, and narratives, poems called oretos. All right. She was born in Yaguana near Leogani, Haiti, where her brother was chieftain in 1474. During Columbus's visit in late 1496, Anakoana and her brother Bohichio appeared as equal. Excuse me. I'm reading this excerpt. I lost my place. So, I will show a map. The only thing that's separating Haitians and Dominicans is, okay, the French was more savage on Haiti side, and the Spanish were more savage on the Dominican Republic side. So that's what separates, is the colonizers who took over, basically. So one side has that French Creole indigenous mixture, and then the other side has that Spanish indigenous mixture. But they all have a bit of, on each side, they have different mixtures. Okay, so, all right, I'm going to read this one. Okay, so we know that she was the chief of the Aragua province, what is now known as Haiti, and the Dominican Republic when it was one, during the late 15th and early 16th century. She was known for her intelligence, her diplomacy, and leadership, becoming a symbol of resistance against Spanish colonization. Born into a noble Taino family, she was the sister of Bohichio, the chieftain of Aragua. And I may be butchering that word, forgive me. And later married Canabo, a powerful chief of a nearby Maguayan region. Her leadership became especially significant after the Spanish arrival in the Caribbean. The Taino people initially attempted to coexist with the Spanish, but as the Spanish demands grew harsher, tensions escalated. Anacaona played a crucial role in negotiating with the Spanish, using her knowledge of diplomacy and cultural traditions of her people to maintain stability. However, despite initial attempts at peace, Spanish forces under Nicolas de Ovando ultimately betrayed her. In 1503, she was invited to a meeting with Spanish officials where a trap was set. Many of her fellow Taino leaders were killed and she was captured. Refusing to serve as a concubine or submit to Spanish rule, she was executed by hanging. Her legacy endures in Caribbean history as a powerful woman who resisted colonization and fought to preserve her people's way of life. She has become a cultural and national icon, especially in Haiti. Especially in Haiti. All right. And the Dominican Republic. Excuse me, somebody was texting me. All right, so she has become a cultural and national icon, especially in Haiti, and the Dominican Republic, where her story is told as a part of the region's indigenous heritage. So we got some pictures of Anacaona, the golden flower. That's what her name means. So we're going to give shout outs to the great matriarchs. Peace, George. Peace. You from Alabama? That's what's up. Thank you for joining me today. All right. Anna Koana and everybody else who's in the building. But y'all silent. Peace to y'all. Thank you. Wado Yakoki, Shona Bishi, for everybody tuning in. It's a celebration. I got my rum. I don't know if y'all can see it, but I got my rum. And I got my cigar, my sacred tobacco. So it's a celebration. All right. So this is the backstory leading up to the Haitian Revolution. So I wanted to give y'all the backstory. All right. This is Anna Koana, the indigenous woman of color. She was a chiefess, a Taino chiefess in Haiti, in the Dominican Republic before it was separated. So these are just some depictions of her. All right. So, all right. Let's go back to this one. All right. Now, this one is talking about. Okay, yes, we know she was a negotiator, but she wasn't playing that. She wasn't trying to be nobody's fucking concubine. So they executed her. All right. All right. So, all right. So they did set up that meeting when they, betrayed her and everything, but they were in Port-au-Prince in the Gulf of Gonavi. All right. Okay, they talking about the conquistadors and the conquerors. Let's see. We know she was a chiefess. She had high status, so she had high rank. All right. So when she was chiefess, after her brother's death, her husband Kanabo was suspected of having organized the attack on the La Navidad, a Spanish settlement on northwestern Haiti, Haiti, and he was captured and shipped to Spain, dying in shipwreck during the journey. All right, so Ana Koana Kasikia Ana Koana, Golden Flower, Great Haitian Chiefess, sister of Chief Bohikio and wife of Chief Kanobo. She was the prettiest. They left out the T. This was 1514. Okay. She was the prettiest Taino woman of all the Caribbean. She had 80 regional chiefs under her command in the region of Jaguarxi. She was a great war chiefess. She was betrayed by a Spanish friend, somebody that I guess she thought was cool when she went to that meeting. She was imprisoned and ordered, they hung her by her neck in Santo Domingo. All right. So this is a little map. Chiefdoms in Hispaniola. All right. And I had another map too, but I thank y'all for rocking with me. I see the numbers going in and out. Appreciate you, George. All right, let me pull this up. Okay, so this little excerpt is just saying she was 29 years old when she was hung, and even though she wasn't able to stop the invaders, she acquired the status of one of the founders of Haiti and a symbol of rebellion and pride. She might not be the classic rebel we read about in novels and textbooks, but there's no doubt that she was a committed leader who did everything in her power to avoid as much suffering to her people as she could. Perhaps the most important and interesting thing about Anacoana is the fact that she's one of the few women in history, her story, who has always been recognized as a leader and crucial figure in history, despite her gender. All right. Let me go back here real quick because I got to pull something up. I thank y'all for y'all patience and rocking with me. I was ready to go, and my daddy wanted me to go to the store and get him some things. So, and I'm a good daughter, so I did that. I handled my business. So. All right, let me pull this up. Thank y'all for your patience. Excuse me for a second. And did y'all see that 1804 that Tariq Nasheed had put out? That's an interesting take on it. Let's go here. All right, I'm trying to pull up this book. All right, let's see. All right, I'm going to do a little overview. We're going to look at, and then I'm going to pull up this book. All right, we're going to look at, all right, so World of the Haitian Revolution. That is the book I am trying to pull up. And let me give my disclaimer before it be some shit. Let me do this right quick. Pull up my disclaimer, and then we can go forward. Thank y'all for y'all patience. Y'all can sip some rum with me. Sip some rum with me. I don't smoke in my house, so I got my tobacco, but my sacred tobacco, but I don't smoke in my house. All right, I'm pulling up my disclaimer, and then we're going to get into it. I got the book pulled up, but I'm going to look at the site real quick. All right, copyright disclaimer. All right, Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, education, or personal use, it tips the balance in favor of fair use. There you have it. There you have it. All right. All right. So we're going to look at this one. A concise history of the Haitian Revolution. We're going to look at that. All right. We're going to look at this one. The revolution that gave birth to Haiti. Right. We're going to look at that one. And this one is about the Black Jacobins or Jacobins. All right. All right. This is about Toussaint L'Ouverture and the San Domingo Revolution. So we're going to look at these. All right. All right. And then we have this one here. You are all free. I got to make this shit bigger. All right. And I got on my glasses too, my little readers. The Haitian Revolution. Abolition of slavery. All right, let me make this bigger. All right, let's see. This is the table of contents for this one. And this one, all right, it's about Toussaint L'Ouverture and the San Domingo. All right, let's look at this. All right, make it a little smaller. All right, so, all right, Santo Domingo. Here's Haiti right here, okay? And you see how they have this kind of like this border here, but it didn't used to be like that. And it's a shame, such a shame, that they always doing that divide and conquer shit. All right, here we go. Bam, bam, bam. All right, let's go to this one because it gives a concise history of the Haitian Revolution. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna make this shit bigger. All right. All right, the uprisings. So we can look at, we're going to briefly look at these, and we want to get to the meat and potatoes. All right. Okay, so we have the uprisings, and then we're gonna go through here. 35. They got the map sideways. All right, I'm gonna let y'all read that for a minute. Excuse me. Okay, so I want to look at this right quick. All right, so y'all see the book sources that I showed. So let's look at this, because we want to focus on this. The spiritual ceremony that took place, all right, leading up to the, the warfare. All right. Bois Cayman ceremony, August 14th. Let me make sure I'm sharing my screen. Yep, I am. Okay. All right. All right. The Haitian Revolution begins August to September 1791. Bois Cayman ceremony. The Haitian Revolution begins with the Bois Cayman ceremony. Ready to carry out their plans, the prisoners of war meet in Morne Rouge, to make final preparations and to give instructions. The prisoners of war decide that upon a given signal, the plantations will be systematically set aflame. In a generalized prisoners of war insurrection set afoot, rumors circulate that the colonizers' authorities are on their way to France to fight the Crown's recent decrees granting mulattoes and free dark-skinned indigenous peoples rights. All right. Though false, these rumors served as a rallying point around which to galvanize the aspirations of the prisoners of war, to solidify and channel these into open rebellion. The Bois Cayman ceremony and subsequent insurrections are the result of months of planning and strategizing. There are 200 prisoners of war leaders involved from around the North. All hold privileged positions on their plantations, most of them commanders with influence and authority over other prisoners of war. Through strategic maneuvering, these leaders successfully unite a vast network of indigenous peoples, Negro Indians, mulattoes, maroons, commanders, the prisoners of war that worked in the houses and on the fields, all right? Free, dark-skinned indigenous people. All right, the Bois Cayman ceremony takes place in a thickly wooded area where the prisoners of war solemnize their pact in voodoo ritual. So they was doing some powerful voodoo. This is the shit I want to get to. All right. All right, they were doing a powerful spiritual ritual, and they did strategic planning. All right. Some historians believe the ceremony took place on the 22nd of August, not the 14th. So that's up for debate. The ceremony is officiated by Buchanan, a maroon. He was a dark-skinned indigenous man leader. All right. They gave him the name the Maroons. All right. And he was a voodoo priest. All right. From Jamaica, and a voodoo high priestess. All right. So there was a voodoo high priestess and a voodoo priest. Various accounts from that night describe a tempestuous storm, animal sacrifices, and voodoo spiritual forces. All right, they say deities. However, over the centuries, the ceremony has become legendary, and it is important to note it can be difficult to distill fact from myth. Excuse me. A note on voodoo. All right, let's see what they say. All right, because this is from the Haitian Revolution.com, even though I have my book sources in the back. So we gonna look at the book sources too. All right. Voodoo is dealing with the forces of nature. All right. Alternatively spelled voodoo or voodoo is a traditional indigenous Haitian religion. All right. It does have a gumbo pot. So it's really a diasporic indigenous religion. All right. A cultural backbone of Haiti, historically as well as contemporarily. It has been frequently misrepresented, right, by Western media. Before and during the Haitian Revolution, the religion evolved. It evolved. The spiritual system evolved as prisoners of war, dark-skinned indigenous people from various parts of the diaspora incorporated elements of later Christianity to camouflage and preserve traditional spiritual practices as they endured being slaves or prisoners of war. Voodoo, both a sacred dance and a spiritual system, they say religion, all right, was expressly forbidden, all right, in the French colonies. And from the very beginning, the colonists tried in vain to crush it. They couldn't fucking crush it because it's powerful, right? Voodoo prevailed despite the whites' efforts, nurtured in secret, all right, during the European colonialism and the Haitian Revolution. Voodoo played a singular role for the prisoners of war. Despite rigid prohibitions, voodoo was indeed one of the few areas of totally autonomous activity for indigenous prisoners of war. As a religion, as a spiritual system, and a vital spiritual force, It was a source of psychological liberation in that it enabled them to express and reaffirm that self existence they objectively recognized through their own labor. Voodoo further enabled the prisoners of war to break away psychologically from the very real and concrete chains of being a prisoner of war and to see themselves as independent beings, autonomous, independent beings. In short, it gave them a sense of human dignity and enabled them to survive. During the revolution, voodoo brought together desperate forces in the colony, uniting various rebel factions to fight side by side. All right. In the 19th and 20th centuries, voodoo was widely misinterpreted and misunderstood. That's why, you hear all that negative shit about voodoo. That's a misrepresentation, all right, because it was misunderstood by fucking outsiders. All right. And in the rest of the world. And Hollywood has portrayed voodoo as primitive and savage, ignoring its rich history and complexity. Many researchers have misinterpreted its relationship with Catholicism. All right. Yes, they did use the front of Catholicism to hide the powerful nature of voodoo. All right. Okay, it was masked at times and fused with voodoo as it has evolved over time. Voodoo today is still a significant part of many Haitians' daily lives. As one Haitian woman put it, the Loa, the spirits, love us, protect us, and watch over us. They show us what is happening to our relatives living far away, and they tell us what medicines will do us good when we are sick. All right. Oh, I gotta clean off these glasses because I gotta read this. All right. So, August 16th, 1791. All right, prisoners of war in Limby district stray from the rebel leaders' plan, apparently due to a misunderstanding, and are caught setting fire to an estate. During their interrogation, they reveal the conspiracy and name the name of leaders. So you had some snitches in the midst. All right. Interestingly, though, many of the planters who are warned of the rebellion stand by their prisoners of wars and refuse to believe the rumors. Okay. One plantation manager, for example, offered his own head in exchange if the denunciations proved true. Other planters, warned of the coming violence, escaped with their lives but still couldn't protect their property, often losing everything. The other prisoners of war involved in conspiracy prepared to move ahead with the rebellion as planned, vowing to burn Le Cap, the plantations, and to massacre the whites all at the same time. All right, so they plan to massacre the colonizers and burn that shit down. All right. August 22nd, 1791. The prisoners of war launched their insurrection in the north. That night, Buchanan and his forces marched through the region, taking prisoners and unaliving the colonizers. All right, the white tea colonizers. By midnight, plantations are in flames and the revolt has begun. Armed with torches, guns, sabers, and makeshift weapons, the revolutionaries continue their devastation as they go from plantation to plantation. By 6 the next morning, only a few prisoners of war in the area have yet to join Bookmen in scores of plantations, and their owners are destroyed. All right, remember it was a voodoo priestess and a voodoo priest. All right. The group numbering 1,000 to 2,000, and they didn't really say the details of the ceremony. They just basically said there was a ceremony, right? According to this. All right, so the group numbering 1 to 2,000 next splits into smaller bands to attack designated plantations, demonstrating their highly organized strategy. As the revolt in the north grows awesome in dimensions, white colonizers became anxious about defending Le Cap. All right, where the colonial government is centralized. It is to Le Cap the social and cultural hub of the colony. The colonizers flee their burning plantations and rebelling prisoners of war. Later, interrogated prisoner of war would declare that in every workshop in the city there were Negro Indians concerned in the plot. The colonizers and the prisoners of war both realized that controlling the city would be critical in determining the revolution's outcome. They couldn't fucking escape the shit. All right. Blanche Lande writes that fears of a conspiracy in Le Cap were confirmed as we had successfully discovered and continue daily to discover plots that prove that the revolt is combined between the prisoners of war of the city and those of the plains. We have therefore established permanent surveillance to prevent the first sign of fire here in the city, which will soon develop into a general conflagration. All right, so October 23rd, 1791. The prisoners of war marched to Limby district, adding to their forces. The group moves from plantation to plantation, seizing control and establishing military camps. Along the way, more prisoners of war join the rebellion, and those who don't are cut down mercilessly. Mercilessly. They are cut the fuck down. Okay. All right. By the end of the day, the finest sugar plantations of Santo Domingo or Sant Domingue were literally devoured by flames. A horrified colonist wrote that one can count as many rebel camps as there were plantations. So their little plantations were going up in flames. Those sugar plantations. That's why we drinking some fucking rum tonight. All right. All right. I know y'all had some last night, and y'all had some soup jumu. Those that make it, I plan on making some just so I can see what it tastes like. All right. I've had some Haitian food, but I have not had soup jumu. All right. August 24th, 1791. The prisoners of war continue west to Port Margot in the early evening, hitting at least 4 plantations. August 25th, 1791, the rebels marched to Le Cap after burning down the region's largest plantations and unaliving scores of colonizers that were pale whiteys. All right. Um, every entrance to the city is guarded, and the prisoners of war march against the colonizers, cannons, and guns, meeting armed resistance for the first time. Though the colonizers managed to drive the prisoners of war back, the rebels divide up and regroup, returning by two different routes to successfully seize the city. Yeah, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. All right. All right. The prisoners of war hold out for 3 weeks against the planters, who are badly armed, disorganized, injured, and desperately in need of help. The prisoners of war's strategy is clear. Every time the planters encircle or overcome them, the prisoners of war retreat to the mountains to reorganize and prepare a new attack. So they was changing up their strategy. They was handling business. All right. At the same time, the prisoners of war in the Northeast rise up, torch in hand, with equal coordination and purpose, and advanced like wildfire. The prisoners of war burned down the plantations methodically until all the major parishes in the upper North Plain region are hit and communication between them is severed. August 30th through the 31st, 1791. The rebel slave forces reached nearly 15,000. All right, I said rebel slaves, but they are prisoners of war, rebels, revolutionaries. All right, they joined because they had deserted their plantations by will or by force or by the sheer thrust of compulsion of events purposefully set in motion by activities of a revolutionary corps. They are transformed from fugitives, prisoners of war, into hardened, armed, rebel, fighting for freedom, a mental and physical process. Accelerated by collective rebellion in context of revolutionary, social, and political upheaval. We had learned that a large attack was afoot, but how could we ever have known that there reigned among these men so numerous and formerly so passive? They were passive, but that was cap because now they were aggressively attacking them, right? They were fighting for their fucking freedom, all right? Such a concerted accord that everything was carried out exactly as it was declared. The revolt had been too sudden, too vast, and too well planned for it to seem possible to stop it or even to moderate its ravages. Oh my goodness. The planters are able to protect Le Cap, but not save their plantations. They send frantic requests for military aid to Santo Domingo, Cuba, Jamaica, and the United States to no avail. Within 8 days, the rebels devastate 184 sugar plantations in the north. Yes, in the north. Losing planters millions of French livres. By September, all the plantations within 50 miles of Le Cap are destroyed. They was putting in work. September 8th, 1791, the revolution spreads, becoming more militant and organized. On the plantations, it takes less to incite riots. Plantation crops are ruined as entire fields of prisoners of war desert or simply stop fucking working. In the magnificent Plain des Cayes, comprising of almost 100 sugar plantations, every single plantation is destroyed. Many of the planters, financially and morally ruined, are desperate to save their fortunes, while others consider themselves fortunate just to get out of this wretched colony with their lives and a shirt on their backs. Excuse me. So the colonizers' troops are completely unprepared for the rebels' guerrilla tactics. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Which include surprise attacks, and they said theft of supplies. Nah, they was taking what the fuck rightfully belonged to them. All right. So they took supplies, livestock, because it was their shit. They took all that shit, ambushes, and poisoned arrows. The prisoners of war, more resilient than the colonizers, are merciless, taking no prisoners of war. Over half of the 6,000 troops from France have at this point already perished from the ravages of a tropical climate and endemic sickness. All right. Epidemic. All right. Endemic sicknesses reaching epidemic proportions. This is the graveyard of the French. Here one dies off like flies, a French army volunteer said. Okay. Mid-September 1791. The prisoners of war continue to make demands, but with the entire colonial system at stake, the planters refuse to concede. One colonist writes, oh my goodness, presciently of the colonists' dilemma in negotiating with the prisoners of war. For if we reward with freedom those who have burnt our plantations, because it's they shit, all right? They have burnt the plantations and massacred the colonists. The prisoners of war who have hereto remained loyal will do likewise in order to receive the same benefit. Then nothing more can be said. The white colonizers must perish. This is what they state. Another states, there can be no agriculture in Saint Domingue without prisoners of war. We did not go to fetch 500,000 of indigenous prisoners of war off the coast. Oh, this is when they insert the African stuff. So we know that on that island, that's the diaspora. So it was various dark-skinned indigenous tribes, for the fucking record. And I'm gonna say it every fucking time that they put Africa there. I'm gonna say the diaspora of indigenous tribes, dark-skinned indigenous tribes, okay, to bring them to the colony as French citizens. All right. So they was mad that they got these workers and people in servitude to work their sugar plantations. And now they were revolting and burning their shit the fuck up. All right. September 21st, 1791, the Colonial Assembly at St. Mark recognizes the May 15th decree. Remember that this 1791 decree declared a limited number of free-born persons of colors, dark-skinned indigenous people, eligible to be seated in future assemblies with the rights of voting citizens. Though the action was conservative, only applicable persons born of free parents and possessing a requisite qualifications. Colonists were furious. Yeah, they was furious because they was being fucking conquered. All right. In recognizing the decree, the Colonial Assembly grants citizenship to mulattoes, Creoles, mulattoes, and they say free blacks. Misnomer. It is Negro Indians or indigenous dark skinned Indians, all right, indigenous peoples, Tainos, Caribs, Arawaks, all those dark skinned indigenous peoples of the islands, of the diaspora, all right. I'm going to correct that shit every time. So if y'all tired of me correcting it, y'all be all right. Go to another channel. All right. So the white colonizer planners object violently and tensions in the colony arise. September 24th. All right. 1791. The National Assembly in France revokes the May 15th decree, which had granted limited rights to free Negro Indians. All right. And names 3 commissioners to restore order in Santo Domingo. In response, mulatto agitation in the South becomes open, armed rebellion in collaboration with the dark-skinned indigenous prisoners of war. Rebels in the West seize the capital city, Port-au-Prince, cut its water supply, and block all access to incoming food supplies before they are overcome by the French troops. All right. So let's go next. All right. The revolution builds. Let me check on this. Y'all still with me? I'm gonna be doing a lot of reading. All right. Because this is about the Haitian Revolution. All right. We are celebrating Haitian Revolution Independence Day. All right. All right. The Haitian Revolution timeline. It builds. All right. All right. So on my birthday, September 26, 1791, Le Cap is burnt to the ground by rebelling prisoners of war, those dark-skinned indigenous people. They burnt it down. Hey, they did that on my birthday. Yes, it's the little big things that excite me right now. All right. During those first weeks of revolution, the prisoners of war destroyed all the white colonizers and their property with much the same ruthlessness and cruelty that they had suffered for so many years at the hands of their masters. The scenes of horror and bloodshed on the plantations as white colonizers hopelessly tried to defend themselves or at best to fucking flee from the unleashed terror and rage of their former prisoners of war. They were only too reminiscent of the brutality that the prisoners of war themselves had endured under the plantation's regime. Yet, as atrocious as they were, these acts of vengeance were surprisingly moderate. In opinion of one of the best known historians of that revolution, compared with the cold blooded, grotesque savagery and statistically calculated torture committed by their oppressors throughout the past. These were impassioned acts of revenge, retribution, and were relatively short lived. This is said by Carolyn E. Fick, The Making of Haiti, page 108. All right. The horrible carnage gives way to strategic military operations, tactical maneuvers, and new political alliances as the prisoners of war gain territory and stabilize their positions. They raid plantations for military equipment, loot the white colonizers' forces after they are repelled, and trade with the Spanish for weaponry. September 28th, 1791. The National Assembly in France issues a decree. Excuse me. They issued this decree granting amnesty to all free persons in Santo Domingo charged with acts of revolution. All right. September 28th, 1791, the National Assembly in France issues a decree granting amnesty to all free persons in Santo Domingo charged with acts of revolution. The prisoners of war, however, are still intent on continuing warfare and pursuing an end to white colonizers and emancipation for all. I gotta clap on that shit. I gotta fucking clap on that shit right there. I do, because they like, oh, y'all want to give us amnesty, but guess what? We still gonna continue our warfare, and we gonna continue pursuing our freedom, because it's emancipation for all. Okay, all right. October 1791, Port-au-Prince is burned to the ground during fighting between the white colonizers and the Negro Indians, the mulattoes that they misnomered. Misnomeredly said mulattoes, but it is the Haitian Creoles, or the dark-skinned indigenous peoples. All right. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a young former prisoner of war. Let's show him again. All right. He begins to gain recognition as a promising leader in the rebel army. All right. And we got to look at Jacques the First, too. All right. November 1791, of 170,000 prisoners of war in the North Province, 80,000 have by now joined the rebel forces. The prisoners of war set up camps in plantains with thousands of dwellings, 2 infirmaries, a civil government, crops, and food supplies. The 3 new civil commissioners named in September arrive in the colony from France. Boukman is killed in battle, but he died fighting, all right, becoming the first of the original leaders to die. His head is cut off by colonists and exposed on a stake in Le Cap with the inscription, "The head of Boukman, leader of the rebels." In response, the prisoners of war, they mourn intensely, retreating into the mountains to hold services. All right. Fervor builds amongst the rank and file soldiers to unalive every white colonizer they see, including all their prisoners. The grief and rage is finally channeled into a 3-day ceremony. All right, so they did have the voodoo priestess. They did have her still, and they had other leaders. They but in these writings, they are just focusing. Still, and they had other. They are just focusing on Boukman right now. All right. So, you best believe they did know how to proceed, but all right. It says they chose to negotiate with the colonists, asking for improved quality of life on plantations in exchange for the release of prisoners, namely the leaders' wives. All right, so since they did that to Boukman, they in turn kidnapped these leaders' wives, all right, and they started negotiating. All right. Asking for improved quality of life on plantations in exchange for the release of the prisoners, namely the leaders' wives. The prisoners of war, the rebels, the Negro Indians, on the other hand, vow that they will continue fighting for freedom, even if it means unaliving their leaders. They, more than their commanders, are vehemently opposed to compromising or returning to the plantations and realize that the negotiations are doomed. All right. At the end of the month, the Colonial Assembly refuses all prisoners of war's demands. The rebel leaders agree to return to fucking war. All right. All right. I'm seeing it at the war, the revolution. All right. January 9th, 1792. Governor Blanchelande marches against the prisoners of war encamped at Platons. All right. The rebel army, out of supplies and outnumbered, abandons camp and retreats to the mountains. They leave behind non-combatants, consisting of a few hundred women, children, elderly, and infirm. All right, the sickly, whom they expect will be treated leniently by the French. Instead, the troops massacre them, their heads cut off and their bodies slashed into pieces as the women fought ferociously to protect their children. About 3,000 other captured prisoners of war are returned to their supervisors, right? And many are then unalived to set an example. So these are small losses because they are mad because they burnt down hundreds of plantations already. All right. So, okay. So they have a little celebration, etc. So January 22nd through the 23rd, 1792, the prisoners of war began to attack and recapture in the Quanminthi district in the northeast of Santo Domingo or Saint Domingue. All right, attacking La Cap to secure ammunition and replenish their supplies. April 4th, 1792, Louis the 16th affirms the Jacobin decree, granting equal political rights to free Negro Indians, all right, in Santo Domingo. A second commission is assembled, led by Leger Felicity Sontonax to enforce the ruling. Oh, forgive me if I'm butchering this shit. And I took 4 years of French too. I know some Louisiana Creole and a little Haitian Creole, but forgive me for butchering these words. All right, May 1792. I don't really want his face on the screen that long. May 1792. Spain declares war against England. Then France. In Santo Domingue, the European powers battle for control of the lucrative colony. Getting him off the screen. June 20th, 1792. Negro Indian mulattoes, Creoles, all right, indigenous dark-skinned people in the South ally with the British and begin an open rebellion. In Le Cap, civil commissioners Blanche Landais and Sothonax flee for protection as rebels attack the city. Every street becomes a battlefield. Terror and panic spread like wildfire, as the women and children desperately tried to escape. Atrocities and pillaging were committed on both sides. All right. June 21st, 1792, over 10,000 prisoners of war in Le Cap are now in open revolt. Threatened on all sides, French colonists realize that they need the prisoners of war support to keep control of Santo Domingo. Civil commissioners issue a proclamation guaranteeing freedom and the full rights of French citizenship to all prisoners of war. Yeah, they trying to negotiate with them now. All who will join them to defend France from foreign and domestic enemies. Though some leaders refuse, allying instead with the Spanish, a group of Maroons, misnomer Maroons, all right, but they are dark-skinned indigenous people, prisoners of war, answer the call, descending upon the capital like an avalanche, and forces the invaders to retreat. Chaos reigns as nearly the entire city burns down, and white colonists fight each other. All right. In the incoming months, Spain, England, and France are to battle constantly for Santo Domingo. All right, Saint Domingo. All right. 17th of September, 1792. All right. Civil commissioner arrives from France. His name ain't even important. He arrives from France, and the slaves, what they misnomer called slaves, prisoners of war, offer to negotiate with the colonists once more. Polvero refused to meet their demands, but does agree to grant an unconditional pardon if they surrender. The colonists protest angrily to this concession. All right. And they are forced to attack the prisoners of war in response to the pressure. 21st of September 1792, in France, the Republic is declared, abolishing the monarchy. October 21st, 1792. This man is appointed Governor General of Saint Domingue. All right. Upheavals in France and Saint Domingue. All right. So basically, they shit is crumbling. So, all right. It says last victims of the reign of terror. Yeah. They wasn't expecting them to rise up like that. And they fucking did. All right. February 1793, rebel leaders, including Toussaint L'Ouverture, joined Spanish forces to fight against the French. France declares war on England and Holland. All right, March 1793. All right. The reign of terror sweeps through France after royalist uprising and military reverses. Tens of thousands of opponents of the revolution are executed along with common criminals. All right, June 1793, early. All right, L'Ouverture offers to aid General Laveau, the French chief commander of the Republican forces in the north. L'Ouverture offers his support and 5,000 to 6,000 troops in exchange for full amnesty and general emancipation. Emancipation. Excuse me. All right. All right. Let me read that again. L'Ouverture offers his support and 5,000 to 6,000 troops in exchange for their full amnesty and general emancipation. Laveau refuses, and L'Ouverture continues to aid the Spanish for another full year. June 20th, 1793, Le Cap is again consumed by flames and deserted by the white colonizer residents. 10,000 white refugees fleeing in destruction. They were fleeing the destruction, arrive in the U.S. fleeing the destruction. The French continue to court the support of the rebel troops because they keep trying to coerce them, A new decree is issued proclaiming that any prisoner of war wishing to join Republican Army will be granted their freedom, his or her freedom. Soon after, the offer is extended to troops, wives, and children. All right, August 21st, 1793. Polvero declares that the certain prisoners of war are now free, specifically those on sequestered plantations in the West, those belonging to immigrant planters and deportees, all remaining insurgent dark-skinned Indians, which they misnomer call maroons. All right. And all those who are fighting for France. Though Povero believes in gradually granting prisoners of war their rights. Sonthonax is simultaneously planning far more radical action in the North. August 29th, 1793, Sonthonax issues a general emancipation decree abolishing slavery in the North. More prisoners of war in the colony have their freedom than ever before. Monsieur Artaud, one of the colony's wealthiest planters with more than 1,000 prisoners of war, tells Sonthonax that only universal freedom could spare the whites from being totally annihilated. All right, so he was trying to negotiate because they was getting their ass whooped. So he was like, look, they need to have universal freedom. Let that sink in. He said they need to have universal freedom. Because that was the only thing that was going to spare the white colonists from being totally annihilated. All right, so following these decrees, further restrict punishments and grant minimal pay to prisoners of war, now called laborers. All right. So they went from being called slaves, prisoners of war, to laborers in the colony. Skilled laborers at that. All right. Skilled laborers are legally allowed on administrative councils. However, the declarations of freedom are bound solely to theoretical property rights. Prisoners of war are still regulated by the government and legally bound to the same plantations and supervisors that they misnomer called masters. Their daily lives change little. In protest, many prisoners of war go on strike, arriving to the fields late, leaving early. Oh, they was doing that shit. They was arriving late to work, leaving early, and doing little work. Disarmed, many former rebels turned to vagrancy as their main form of resistance. Notably, women demand that they are granted equal pay and rights as the men. Under the current system, women are held to the same rules and punishment, but paid only 2/3 of the men's wages. So they was like, nah, y'all gonna pay us equal. All right. Toussaint Overture in Santo Domingo. All right, August 1793. All right. Toussaint Overture makes his historic speech to rally the dark-skinned Indians of Haiti, of that whole area, right? Signifying that the revolution lives on. August 21st, 1793, the first anniversary of the French Republic, Civil Commissioner Povero, combining the principles of French Revolution with those of general emancipation, gives the prisoners of war on his plantation their freedom. He then invites planters in the West to follow his example. So this Commissioner Povero, he gave his prisoners of war on his plantation freedom. All right. And he was trying to convince all the others to emancipate their prisoners of war. Also, September 20th, 1793, British troops severed ties between the North and South, isolating the provinces from each other as the Europeans, planters, and rebels all fight for control. The British intend to restore order, make Saint Domingue a British colony, and reinstate slavery. They was like, nah, fuck that. We gonna fight them because they not reinstating no fucking slavery. All right. A series of national reforms. France. Siri, shut up.
Okay. I found this on the web for a series of national reforms sweep through France.
Oh, God.
Check it out.
Siri is haunted. All right. Siri, don't come on again because I didn't ask your ass to come on. You interrupted my live. All right. Excuse me. All right. So, okay. There were reforms. They sweep through France from September 1793 through October 1795. The measures include an abolition of colonial slavery, economic measures to aid the poor, and support for public education. All right, this was forces led by Toussaint L'Ouverture fought back. All right, this is a painting. All right, February 4th, 1794. The convention officially abolishes slavery in France and French territories, including Saint Domingue. February 7th, 1794. A new work code is promulgated. Among other things, it requires owners to give prisoners of war a third of plantation revenue and an additional free day. Prisoners of war daily lives are still largely unaffected. However, in the new code, fails to ease their discontent. Widespread resistance continues, with many prisoners of war appropriating abandoned land for themselves. They taking fucking land. You fucking right. They supposed to take that land. They supposed to take that land. What the fuck they supposed to do? All right? That's what they supposed to do. All right? All right, after I read this, I'm gonna check the comments and see because I'm doing a lot of reading. This is about the Haitian Revolution. If you're just now joining in, all right, it's about the Haitian Revolution. This is Haitian Revolution, Haitian Independence Day. All right. So we celebrating. I got my rum, my tobacco, and yeah, we going forward. All right, so this is where I left off. All right, let me start at the top. Okay, despite the force of the revolution, most colonists are still unaware that the system in Saint Domingue is slowly breaking down. They do note, however, that unanimous and competitive the dark-skinned Indian values his liberty. only to the extent that it affords him the possibility of living according to his own philosophy. They also realize that Povero's version of emancipation, in which little actually changes on the plantations, is unacceptable to the laborers and incompatible with their values. Yeah. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Hey, they won't change for real. Like they saying we got to be emancipated for real. We got to be free for real. We got to have our own land, our own rights. We got to have all that shit. All right. A note on land ownership. Land ownership in Saint Domingue was a critical issue before, during, and after the Haitian Revolution. Land ownership granted access to power and prosperity and was sought after by all of the colony's social classes. During the build up to the revolution, white colonists were increasingly threatened by the Negro Indians, the Creoles, the mulattoes, who were the Maroons. Okay, they called them all these names. They were becoming powerful landowners. That's fucking right. At the beginning of the revolution, one of the prisoners of war's central demands was to have small plots of land and additional free day during the week to cultivate them. Like we want a day off to cultivate our own fucking land. That's you fucking right. Later on, during L'Ouverture's reign, laborers objected to his adherence to a plantation based economy, which required Negro Indians to work land that was not theirs. They like, if we're gonna work other motherfuckers' land, we gon' we gonna have a free day off to work our own land that is ours now because we taking land back. All right. Through the course of the revolution and in the years following, former prisoners of war felt owning land was critical in order to truly claim their freedom. You fucking right. To that end, they fought for the colonists and even their own leaders. All right. For land rights. They fought for land rights, never giving up their goal to own the fields in which they worked. Okay. All right. Toussaint L'Ouverture in Saint Domingue, April through May 1794. France has lost control of nearly the entire colony. Along from Le Cap, they have lost their entire colony. Aside from Le Cap and Port-au-Plat. Port-au-Plat. All right. The British and the Spanish control most of the north. Mole St. Nicholas in the west, and Jeremy and Grand Anse in the south. Many Creole, mulattoes, maroons, Negro Indians are aiding the foreign forces with the goal of expelling the French. The civil commissioners from France are forced to depart. Andre Rigaud, a Creole mulatto military leader, consolidates the colony's authority in the South. After these changes, there is a period of relative peace with markedly fewer protest movements from the Negro Indian laborers. All right, right here we about to take a break because I'm reading a lot. I gotta take a rum break. I gotta take a rum break. Let me do this. We're gonna get back to this. I'm taking a rum break and I'm pouring some libations. That's what I'm doing. How y'all doing in the chat? I know I'm doing a lot of reading today, but I wanted to do it right. So I have my place here. Let's go here. It's on the end. So we're taking a quick little intermission, little break. How y'all doing in the chat? How are y'all doing in the chat? I got my rum here. About to pour some libations. For any of my ancestors that are mixed with Haitian Creole, any of my Louisiana Creole ancestors that's mixed with Haitian Creole, I'm pouring some libations. Y'all. Oh, all right, I'm smudging this real quick. Y'all doing all right in the chat? I'm gonna put on some music real quick. Some free music for a second, because we taking a little break, a little rum break. That's what we doing. Take a little rum break. All right, I'm giving my cup for my libation. Well, I need to put it in here. Peace. Thank y'all for staying with me, dropping back off with me. Appreciate y'all. I was tending to my altar. This is the first of the Gregorian New Year. Not only is it Haitian Independence Day, Haitian Revolution, Independence Day, but for the top of the Gregorian year, I do some things on my altar. So I thank y'all for rocking with me through the intermission. I'm gonna get back started reading. We're gonna read this. We're gonna get through this. Okay? We're gonna get through this. So this is where this is where we stopped. This is where we stopped. So I didn't lose my place. So here we go. I didn't lose my place, y'all. I'll be right back in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, excuse the gray hair. Excuse the gray hair, yeah. I'm dyeing my hair tomorrow. Deer outside. All right. I did want to show y'all so y'all can see. I got my rum. No, I don't have no Haitian rum today. I gotta get me some of that authentic Haitian rum. I do. I don't have any, but I do got some dark aged rum. Yes, and it is from the island of St. Croix. All right. That is where it is from. And I do got my Saint Germain. And I got my tequila. I usually do tequila. But this is about the Haitian Revolution. This is Haitian Independence Day. So my Louisiana Creole ancestors, they like rum libations. And Haitians did come to Louisiana. So this is why I have a special place in my heart for Haitian Creole people too. They are relations too, y'all. So, hey, here we go. Let's see. All right. So, oh shit. And I gotta show y'all this. I gotta show y'all this. Yes. Now, they call her Saint Barbara on this candle. But this is Ursuli Dantor. Okay? Now it depends on which island or part of the world, which many names for the melanated Madonna, the melanated mother of us all. So I got my candle. It's gonna be lit right now. So I did want to show respect and show that. And y'all can check out my previous video that I did for the great mothers, the great matriarchs. So I'm gonna light my candle and we can begin. I appreciate y'all rocking with me. I appreciate y'all patience. I'm celebrating. I got my rum. I hate that it does that. The green screen does that. I guess that means it worked good, huh? All right, y'all. So I got her lit. Got Urzuli Dantor. She's present. She's present because you best believe they called on the Loas when they was doing ceremony before they started the Haitian Revolution. You better believe that's who they called on. So I'm just doing this with respect. All right, I'm grabbing my other cup and I'm good. I thought I had the music on. I apologize, yeah. It's just low. Celebration. All right. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. Whew. All right. Here we go. All right. So we left off with Toussaint L'Ouverture, April, May 1794. They cutting up now. All right, let me share my screen again. All right. So if any of y'all out there have Creole ancestors, meaning ancestors that are a mixture, whether that's Louisiana Creole, Haitian Creole, Melungeon, all of that, mestizo, all the derivatives, mulatto, maroons, all the misnomers that they came up with, musty, Zombo, and all these other derivatives, people of color, but we came from various indigenous peoples, so we are a gumbo pot. We are Creole. We have a Creole culture. Cheers to the ancestors. Yes, and our melanated indigenous ancestors' spirituality, culture, their rich culture and history, her story. It's for them. I already poured my libations. I'm about to take a sip with them and then get to my business. This rum is good. It's pretty good. Next year, I plan to have some soup jumu and some Haitian rum. I don't know where I'm gonna get it from, but that's on my bucket list to go to Haiti, to Haiti. That's on my bucket list. It's on my list. They're in Cuba. So, yes. So y'all can stay tuned. My next installment is going to be about sacred tobacco. All right. Yes, the indigenous style of the North American style. Yes, the sacred tobacco. But the organic sacred tobacco and like cigars. They do have an organic cigar, starts with a P, but this is a Cohiba. It's named after Cahoba, which is sacred tobacco. So that's my next installment. And then y'all stay tuned for my partnership channel, Southeastern Talking Stick Podcast with my cuz Pa. So y'all stay tuned for that. So, but right now we about to get back into this Haitian Independence Day. Shout out to all my Creole relations, my Tiano relations, my Maroons, my Mulattoes, my Mulunjan, my Mestizo, all my Negro Indians, my relations. Shout out to y'all. And of course, our powerful ancestors. All right. I support and salute holiday celebrations that are about people of resistance, revolutionaries. I'm with that shit. And if your family is from Louisiana and you come from the Creole culture, you probably got some Haitian Creole in your blood, because a lot of the Haitians came to Louisiana through one of them ports. Okay. So, all right, back to business. All right, y'all. Anybody say anything in the chat that I missed? Let me see. Okay. This room kind of good. It smells good. But I do love my tequila. That's what I got today. This is the kind I got today. Because I had a little of that Clase Azul. Still got the bottle. I had a little with that bottle yesterday. But today, I will be on my tequila. And I got my lime salt. But I did take a shot of rum for my Haitian relations out there. All our Haitian relations out there, y'all. All right, let's get back to the reading. The serious reading. The serious reading. All right. All right, so we're on Toussaint Overture. All right. We have him there. Make sure my sound and shit is right. All right, stopped it. All right. All right, so we got Toussaint Overture. All right, April, May 1794. France has lost control of nearly the entire colony, aside from Le Cap and Port-au-Plat. The British and the Spanish control most of the north. All right. Mole St. Nicholas in the west, and Jeremy and Grand Anise in the south, and many mulattoes, melanated Indians, are aiding the foreign forces with the goal of expelling the French. All right. The civil commissioners from France are forced to depart. Andre Rigaud, a mulatto military leader, consolidates the colony's authority in the south after these changes. There is a period of relative peace with markedly fewer protest movements from the Haitian Creole laborers, those dark-skinned indigenous peoples. All right. May 6th, 1794, L'Ouverture abandons the Spanish army in the east and joins with the French forces after the Spanish refused to take steps to end slavery. His chief officers would eventually become some of the best-known leaders of the revolution, including Jean-Jacques Dessalines, Henry Christophe, and his nephew Moise, Henry Christophe, nee Henry Christophe, cherished his British origins and chose the English spelling of his name as a result. He is referred to as both Henry and Henri. Henri in the timeline, depending on the source. Okay. June 1794, the British capture Port-au-Prince, led by General Thomas Maitland. British troops occupy most major seaports in the west and south. Spanish troops, along with a number of former prisoners of war, occupy much of the western provinces. 25th of June, 1794, the French legislature recalls commissioners Povero and Sontonex. Sontonex later is tried and triumphantly acquitted of the charges of treason brought against him by colonists. Nearly 4 months after Povero's departure, Regard writes to him, "The South Province is tranquil and in reasonably good state of defense. Work is going well. Your proclamations on agricultural production are having the full effect that you anticipated." Okay, so this is Andre Regard. All right, late 1774. With his hair, he looked like he's quote unquote mixed. All right, let's see. Late 1794, misnomer mix, Creole, you would call it. All right, late 1794, various maroon bands disband and join with L'Ouverture's forces. A few months later, L'Ouverture and Regard, along with other military leaders, began launching simultaneously attacks against the British, because the British they wanted to reincorporate slavery, and they like, nah, fuck that. So they are launching attacks against them. All right. In June of 1795, after 5 months of fighting, L'Ouverture takes control of Mirabelas, northeast of Port-au-Prince, in the center of the colony. July 22nd, 1795, France and Spain signed a peace treaty ceding Saint-Domingue to France after months of battle. The agreement is ratified the following year in the Treaty of Basile. October 26, 1795, the National Convention in France dissolves and the Directory is established. The Directory sends 5 new civil commissioners to Saint-Domingue to survey the administration and application of French law in the colony, to keep Saint-Domingue both French and free. and to restore its economic prosperity based on a system of general emancipation in what had by now become, at least nominally, a multiracial egalitarian society. Mulatto rights, maroon rights, Creole rights, dark Indian rights, and the abolition of slavery are now considered accomplished facts. All right. March 20th, 1796, L'Ouverture establishes that he is the strongest leader in the colony when Governor General Laveau returns to Le Cap from Port-de-Paix. All right, Laveau attempts to rein in the mulattoes, the Negro Indians, who he believes have been abusing their new rights. Look here. They can do whatever the fuck they want to do now. They free. The fuck? Abusing their rights. That's what you was doing. All right. Shall I continue? All right. And these free Negro Indians, Haitian Creoles, from the prisons. All right. They were threatened by the new policies and associations with L'Ouverture, charged Laveau with tyranny, because he's tyrannous, all right, and began mobilizing forces against him. The situation climaxes when a group of mulattoes, Creoles, arrest Laveau and throw him in prison, where he is kept until L'Ouverture orders his release. The incident demonstrates a shift in power and solidifies L'Ouverture's position. Not only powerful, Toussaint appeared to hold the undivided confidence of the Negro Indian masses. Laveau is forced to proclaim L'Ouverture lieutenant governor of the colony. Meanwhile, class and race-based power struggles continue to simmer throughout Saint Domingue. We don't want to see him. May 11th, 1796. 3 new civil commissioners from France, including Sonothax, Son Thonax, once again arrived in Saint Domingue. June 1796, final withdrawal of Spanish forces from Hispaniola per the peace treaty signed by France and Spain in July 1795. So they had a peace treaty in July 1795. All right. I hear some drumming outside. Y'all. Okay. All right. July 18th, 1796. Rochambeau is dismissed as Governor General after clashing with Thonax and returns to France, where God replaces him. All right, so we getting close to we had the raw beginning when they was tearing some shit up. They was getting their freedom. So now we about to get to 1796 to 1801. All right. If y'all tuned in when I had my little intermission where I did my libations and lit the candle and all of that, This is the other half because I read a lot prior to this. This is the Haitian Revolution timeline. All right. All right. Toussaint L'Ouverture in Power, 1796 1801. August 1796. Primary electoral assemblies in Saint Domingue are formed to elect colonial representatives to the legislative body in France. The outcome, facilitated by L'Ouverture, results in positions for Laveau and Sonthonex as deputies to the French legislature. October 1796. Power struggles develop in the face of L'Ouverture's growing power. To solidify his position and strengthen his ties, Sonthonex appoints L'Ouverture commander-in-chief of the army. Laveau sails to France as deputy, while Sonthonex reluctantly stays in Saint-Domingue to perform his duties as civil commissioner. He plans to depart the colony in 18 months when his assignments ends. All right. August 25th, 1797, L'Ouverture forces Sonthonex to return to France. He forced him to return to France prematurely in a political move calculated to strengthen his position and gain favor in France. Sonthonex, despite wanting to leave the colony in the first place, finds himself forced out. As a result, instead of a normal and peaceful departure, the event becomes a humiliating and forcible expulsion. The remaining civil commissioners in the colony deferred to L'Ouverture, reaffirming that he is the most powerful figure in Saint Domingue. L'Ouverture misjudges, however, and instead of gaining favor abroad, his audacity threatens the French, and he is quickly seen as a major threat. Fall 1797, winter 1798, L'Ouverture's army conquers most of British occupied Saint Domingue in the west. In the south, Rigaud's army conquers the British at Jérémie. March 1798. Okay, and that was Toussaint L'Ouverture and these generals. All right. All right, so they got them looking different right there. Then they had them in that other picture. Interesting. All right. March 1798. The British surrender their fight for Saint Domingue and negotiate peace with L'Ouverture. L'Ouverture agrees to grant full amnesty to French citizens who didn't fight with the British. All dark Indian troops enrolled in the British Army and to the immigrants who had abandoned the British prior to the opening of negotiations. All right. April 1798. France sends another official agent to Saint Domingue upon the return of Sonthonex. Commissioner Hidouville arrives in Le Cap. His mission is to promulgate laws of the French legislative body to entrench respect for French national authority, to prevent Negro Indians, Haitians, all right, from abusing their freedom. Now, so he came back on some other shit. All right. Yeah, he's trying to strictly enforce the French law against the immigrants who first came to the colony in 1771. Okay, so he's trying to do it to them, those people. Okay. All right, let me get back here. All right. In reaction to France mounting fear of L'Ouverture and his Negro Indian army, Hidoville tries to disempower L'Ouverture by dividing him in regard. Through his unsuccessful, Hidoville manages to force L'Ouverture's resignation from the Directory, insulting him in France and arranging to replace him with 3 European generals. In addition, he fills the Saint Domingue army with white soldiers, sending the Negro Indian troops back to the plantations. This was their plan, right? These assholes. All right. The prisoners of war view Hidoville's actions as an attempt to reinstate slavery. Remember, it had been abolished, right? And the French and the Spanish had this peace treaty. And a new wave of insurrection breaks out because they like, nah, bitch, you ain't bringing this slavery shit back. Nah, it ain't gonna happen. June 13th, 1798. L'Ouverture signs a secret alliance treaty with England and the U.S. October 1798. British colonies excavate Saint Domingue as part of an agreement not to interfere with trade with France's colonies. The French economy, depressed during its wars against Spain and England, reopens to colonial imports. At the same time, merchant bourgeois. Okay, excuse me. I almost said bourgeoisie. Burgess. Okay, lobby to reinstate. I know, forgive me for butchering these words. I don't speak French enough. I don't. And I have 4 years of French. Okay. All right. So they trying to lobby to reinstate the slave trade. Napoleon Bonaparte faces increasing pressure in France to bring down L'Ouverture and take back Saint Domingue. October 23rd, 1798. Houdenville missteps and tries to have Moise arrested. Moise, the idol of, he's the idol of the Creole, Haitian Creole, Negro Indian workers, skillful laborers that they called them. Remember, skillful laborers. Now, first they went from them derogatorily calling them slaves, then they went to laborers, skilled laborers. All right. And L'Ouverture's nephew manages to escape, issuing a call to arms for Negro Indian workers. L'Ouverture orders Dessalines and his troops to march on Le Cap to arrest Hidoville. Meanwhile, the mulattoes, the Negro Indians from around the colony, join Regard in the south. L'Ouverture concurrently strengthens and reorganizes his army in the north. All right, so we not gonna give his face. No, that was Napoleon. All right, so he ain't gonna be on my screen long. All right. Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Shirley. Yeah, my gray hair. I'm about to dye it tomorrow. Sure am. It's now the bottom of my hair is black, but up in here, that's that gray shit. I'm over it. I tried to embrace it just for a hot second. Nope, I ain't doing it. All right, and okay, Zoe in Progress said Toussaint wanted Haitian to be westernized to invest deeply in military and employment for locals. Okay. And George said, Happy Gregorian Corporate New Year. Yeah. And happy. Oh, yeah, we got to show this real quick for the new people in the chat. I'm representing today and representing Creoles everywhere because the Creole culture, my ancestors came from the Creole culture, and the Haitian Creole culture did make its way to Louisiana in the Louisiana Creole culture, in which my family is from, the Louisiana Creole culture. So I am celebrating Haitian Independence Day and giving Haitians their proper fucking respect today. All right? It's Haitian Independence Day. Shout out to the Creoles, the Tainos, the Maroons, the Mulattoes, all of the various derivatives that they have given us. They have given us a lot of derivatives, y'all. A lot of misnomers. So, all right, let's get back to the reading. All right. So, if y'all just tuning in, this one is, I did show several books earlier. Okay, this one is Defining the Haitian Revolution. And this is from, what page is this? 14. A Concise History of the Haitian Revolution. We got this. And then this one, Revolution that Gave Birth to Haiti. We got this one. It's a text by Laurent Dubois. So we got this in the background. And it's like a little comic. And it's showing, things that's going on. What I've been reading about. So we close to 1795. We get into 1801 in a second. And let me see if I can. Okay, they in the 1789s, and I'm in 1799. That's where I'm reading from. So this is, and they don't even put the true truth in there that these misnomer diasporic dark-skinned Indians, they are not all African. They are Taino, Arawak, Carib, all the different dark-skinned Indian tribes that were in Saint Domingue. Okay? In the diaspora. And they call them West Indians and of the Caribbean. All right? Okay, this one says the French Revolution of 1789 changed things. Political conflict weakened colonial power, and news reached the island of declarations in Paris about universal human rights. Remember, they were talking about, we want universal freedom. I like this because it got a lot of, little pictures. I like this. Let's make it bigger. All right. Free people of dark-skinned Indian descent, diasporic descent, and they may have a sprinkle of Akbulan. All right. Demanded these equal rights too, but faced fierce resistance from many white planters. Okay, they giving you all these good visuals. All right. Meanwhile, the enslaved, the prisoners of war, watched, listened, and began to plan. So this is the part that I've already read. If you just tuning in, I've been on here going on 3 hours. Going on 3 hours. Because I knew everybody was recouping today from yesterday. And y'all chilling out. Some of y'all might have some hangovers. Y'all got too sacredly inebriated? Or did y'all just chill? But yeah, I read about this earlier, about the ceremony. All right. At the spiritual ceremony of voodoo, Cayman, they gathered together to strategize and gain strength. So I already read this from the book earlier, the book that I'm reading, the full account. But then this is them in a ceremony. I like this. I like that they have the visuals. Yeah, I like it. This rum is strong. Yeah, I got y'all rum. Did y'all pour some libations? Because I got my rum. I poured a little because I'm partaking with them. I already poured my libations to my ancestors and my spirit guides. I already did that. But I'm about to embark upon my tequila though. And when I have my smoke break, I'm gonna have my sacred tobacco, my cigar, my cohoba, and of course I got my sacred organic tobacco, my American Spirit, with that dark-skinned Indian on there. All right, let's go. But I like this visual. They did the ceremony before they strategized and planned and did a lot of fucking guerrilla warfare. They burned down a lot of sugar plantations, hundreds of sugar plantations. And by this time, it's probably fucking thousands. All right. And I read that earlier in the first half. Okay, so if y'all late to the party, all right. I'm gonna show that visual while I'm reading because it's a powerful visual. They did voodoo spiritual ceremony before they kicked this Haitian revolution off. So we celebrating Haitian Creole Independence Day. All right. So, all right. I had left off talking about. All right. So, July 1799, civil war between L'Ouverture and Rigaud breaks out. Rigaud takes over command of Ligani and Jacmel, while L'Ouverture take over Petit Goave. This power struggle fraught with issues of race and class. This is when they try to do all these caste systems with the different races. If you mix with this, you call this. If you mix with that, you call this. dark-skinned indigenous peoples. Okay. All right. So ultimately, it says it will benefit the economic interests of the Americans and the British who seek to maximize their trade to the detriment of the French. From the vantage point of the international politics, Saint Domingue was being manipulated as a piece on a chessboard. As a piece on a chessboard. All right, so, all right, let's go. And the outcome of its internal struggles will be a key to the particular political and economic advantages that each of the three contending foreign powers intend to reap. November 9th, 1799, Bonaparte overthrows the Directory in France, destroying the Democratic Republic and its anti-slavery principles. Yeah, messed up. He declares himself consul for life. Anyway, restores the pre-revolution status quo of white rules and turns his attention to France's colonies. April 1800. L'Ouverture sends a military expedition into Spanish Santo Domingo to bring the territory under his rule. At the same time, a mass uprising of armed Negro Indian workers break out in the north in support of L'Ouverture. L'Ouverture's negotiations with the Spanish ultimately fail, but he successfully gains the masses' popular support. Moise marches in the south with 10,000 troops. May 1800. Bonaparte sends yet another new commission to Saint Domingue to confirm L'Ouverture's power in the colony and instate France's most recent constitution. The new constitution proclaims that French colonies are to be governed by a set of special laws to take into the account the particularities of each territory. It states that Saint Domingue is not to be represented in the French legislative body and will not be governed by laws for French citizens. The Constitution does not address the colony's general emancipation, but it is carefully worded to assure Negro Indians of its inviolability. L'Ouverture, meanwhile, is focused on ending civil war in the South and disarming Rigaud and his army. Okay, so here we go. All right, so we got Jean-Jacques Dessalines. All right. July 25th, 1800. Oh, we getting close, y'all. We getting close. All right. Dessalines defeats Rigaud with help of American vessels at the Jacmel port. L'Ouverture exiles Rigaud to France and redivides the areas of conflict. He grants general amnesty to every person who helped fight Rigaud. August 30th, 1800. L'Ouverture is proclaimed the colony's supreme commander-in-chief. He and his revolutionary army of ex prisoners of war are the uncontested dominant forces of Saint Domingue. And he begins to impose what is essentially a military dictatorship. He has an army of 20,000 men to enforce his position as absolute master of the island colony. L'Ouverture institutes a new set of policies enforcing the traditional plantation system so that the colony's shaken economy can produce exports for France. This is an extension and reinforcement of earlier work codes imposed by French civil commissioners such as Sathonax, Polverol, and Hidoville. The laborers, the prisoners of war, see the policies as an effort to reimpose slavery. They like, oh, this shit looks familiar. This is fucked up. They feel like he's trying to reimpose slavery. They further object to L'Ouverture's plan to import Africans to increase the Saint Dominguez labor force and by its economy. So you got a dark-skinned indigenous person trying to import Africans to increase Saint Dominguez labor force and by its economy. January 18th, 1801, the governor of Spanish Santo Domingo cedes control of his territory to L'Ouverture to make his achievements permanent. L'Ouverture forms a central assembly to write a new constitution for all of Hispaniola that abolishes slavery on the entire island. Okay. All right. So he forms the Central Assembly to write a new constitution for all of Hispaniola that abolishes slavery on the entire island. L'Ouverture's achievements during his years in power include social reforms, structuring and organizing a new government, establishing courts of justice, and building public schools. July 8th. All right. He looks like a Carib indigenous man. Okay. All right. July 8th, 1801. L'Ouverture proclaims the new constitution in Saint Domingue and is declared governor general for life. The constitution, which is sent to France, sanctions the structures L'Ouverture has already set in place and emphasizes the bourgeoisie, that's what I want to say, principles of the French Revolution. Slavery is abolished forever, and the Constitution eliminates social distinctions of race and color, stating all individuals be admitted to all public functions depending on their merit and without regard of race or color. All individuals born in the colony were to be equal, free, and citizens of France. Voodoo is outlawed. Shut up. You can't do that. You forgetting where you came from. That's the spirituality system you came from. You can't outlaw that. Mm-mm. Mandatory labor is codified, and Catholicism is established as the colony's official religion. Some bullshit. All right. Prisoners of war, the dark-skinned indigenous prisoners of war, chafing against L'Ouverture's mandatory labor requirements, reject the measures through various forms of resistance. So they had some resistance. They was like, fuck this shit. It's like, on one hand, you trying to say this, but it's some craftiness going on. All right. Through the Constitution, essentially usurps the power of the French. Saint Domingue still identifies as a French colony. The Constitution attempts to establish Saint Domingue as equal to France, asserting the colony's autonomy while still trying to receive benefits from France. Though the Constitution is not a formal declaration of independence, Bonaparte immediately recognizes it as a threat and rejects it. Yeah, he see it as a threat. He like, yeah, it is a threat against you, Bonaparte, because these Negro Indians, they ain't trying to be slaves. Prisoners of war, nah. They want their land back because that's their indigenous land. All right. All right, so General Victor Emmanuel Leclerc, Bonaparte's brother-in-law, is sent to Saint Domingue to reimpose slavery and the Code Noir. Bitches, these, yeah. Yeah, no, excuse me. So they had a Code Noir, Louisiana, and they had a Code Noir in Haiti. Let's look at this. The Code Noir, the Black Code, misnomer black, all right, was a harsh French decree defining slavery in colonies like Saint Domingue, Haiti, legally codifying brutality, defining slave status through the mother, mandating Catholicism and controlling lives. But its oppressive nature and inherent contradictions alongside French Revolution ideals and Enlightenment ideas directly fueled the prisoners of war's fury, building unbearable tensions that erupted into the successful Haitian Revolution. All right. Making the Code Noir both the framework of their oppression and the catalyst for their fight for freedom and statehood. It was like, fuck y'all, Code Noir, bitch. All right. Excuse me. I get raw, y'all. Which side of the scale? Anything that is not just and not fair, I will get angry. I will fight against any injustice. This is why I love representing revolutions. Days of resistance and revolution. Libras are the warriors of justice. Warriors for justice. That's what the fuck we fight for. Anything that ain't fair, that ain't right, we rebelling against that shit. So I love this type of shit. Yeah, we gonna resist. We gonna rebel. We gonna burn down some more plantations. We gonna do all that shit. All right, here we go. Let's get back. Let me get back on task. So, all right. So by now, the planters are increasingly unhappy with the state of affairs in Saint Domingue and are relying on Bonaparte to unseat L'Ouverture, restore slavery, and facilitate the rise of the colony once more. Nah, y'all have hopes that it's gonna go back to how it was before? Nah, nah. Because they done burned down all them sugar plantations. They done took their freedom, all that. Earlier, y'all remember when I was reading about when they went after things had kind of calmed down for a minute, it was a little peace, and they had their own land. the Negro Indians, the Haitian Creoles, they had their own land and they was going to work. They called them skillful laborers and shit, right? And they was like, they said that they was abusing their new rights because they was going to work late, and they demanded, no, you're gonna give us days off so we can cultivate our own land. We just ain't gonna be cultivating your land that you got, that you took over, but the land that we got, we gonna cultivate it, and we need some fucking days off, and we gonna come to work when we fucking feel like it. They was cutting up. I mean, they had every right because they been through a lot. They rebelled. They did good. They was using guerrilla war tactics. They was using strategy. They had that shit planned out. They did awesome. They did awesome. They did awesome. Okay. I will rant from time to time. I will. Because I love when my people stand up. Melanated, indigenous people, Creole culture people everywhere that stand up. I get excited about that shit. All right. So, so they was like, nah, you ain't restoring slavery. Fuck you. All right. So now we got, let's see who this lady is. All right. We got women of the Haitian Revolution. Saniti Bilar, Cecily or Cecil Fatiman. All right. And this is okay, so this is Library of Congress. This is women in the Haitian Revolution. I just want y'all to marinate on that picture for a second. Marinate on it for a second. Because it's a powerful visual. It's a powerful visual. And I love it. It's a powerful visual. It's a powerful visual. Let's give the women in the Haitian Revolution, because they being represented right now. They being represented. Excuse me. So the women are being represented right now, which is awesome. I love it. All right, continuing. Women of the Haitian Revolution. All right. Recent scholarship by historians such as Gerald Horn and Western Lee Alsonat, all right, have highlighted not only France's culpability, but shown that the U.S., fearful of the influence that a successful Haiti might and did have on American prisoners of war, all right, was also complicit in sabotaging Haiti's path as a new nation. All right. They tried to sabotage them. All right. Suzanne Bilar, known as Saniti Bilar, was a Haitian revolutionary leader and served in Toussaint Louverture's army. She and her husband, another lieutenant in Louverture's army, were eventually found and executed at Napoleon's command. That's messed up, but I'm glad that there is a representation. And even in that little comic, they did show this voodoo priestess and the voodoo priest doing ceremony. But you had some warrioresses too. All right. All right. And then we have Cecile Fatiman was a mambo, a voodoo priestess. Much respect, who is believed to have formed networks on the island of Haiti that would transfer information from plantation to plantation. All right. This is Women in the Haitian Revolution, Library of Congress. So that is what this picture is in the Library of Congress. All right. July 19th, 1801, in the U.S., President Jefferson reassures the French that he opposes independence in Saint Domingue and pledges to support Napoleon's agenda. All right. October 1801, a massive uprising against L'Ouverture's regime breaks out in the north in Moise is rumored to be involved. In Limby, west of Le Cap, 250 white colonizers are killed and rebels occupy Gonaves with the goal of unaliving white colonizers, uniting Creoles, mulattoes, Negro Indians, and declaring Saint Domingue independent. The rebels support popular land distribution and charge L'Ouverture with exploiting the masses at France's benefit. Moise is known to oppose his uncle and has refused to make his laborers work, saying, "Was not the executioner of his own color?" And that the Creoles, the Negro Indians, had not conquered their liberty to labor again under the rod and the whoop on the properties of the white. So basically, he's saying, we didn't get free for you to treat people like this or to have these rules and bullshit, basically. L'Ouverture has Moise arrested. And they always be bigging up L'Ouverture. Some sites do. All right, so Jacques the First. We gotta look at Jacques the First too. Okay, all right, and they did show Dessalines prior to whatever page I'm on right now. Okay, so basically, the nephew wasn't with the shit. He was like, "No, we gotta have freedom," and he didn't make his people work. He did not. Okay, so all right, but L'Ouverture had him arrested, tried without defense, and shot. He brutally suppresses the uprising, and 1,000 rebels are unalived. The ruling class split on L'Ouverture's action, becomes further divided. L'Ouverture's left-wing support dwindles, considerably weakening his position. He becomes isolated from whites, mulattoes, the Haitian Creoles, and Negro Indians, his former base of support. So he was losing support because he was fucking up. It was like he must have been a Gemini. Because one minute he was like this, but then he was like this, and he was trying to. Okay, excuse me. He was acting fickle. Shit. Okay, here we go. Let's go. All right, General Leclerc in Saint Domingue. All right. All right. October 24th through the 31st, 1801. Leclerc sails from France for Saint Domingue. He is commander in chief of France's largest expeditionary army ever, with 20,000 European troops who are called the elite of the French army. Rochambeau is named second in command. Bonaparte gives Leclerc very specific instructions on the stages of the expedition, which he expects will take 3 months. First stage, 15 to 20 days. Leclerc is to convince Saint Domingue residents of France's goodwill and peaceful intentions. Bullshit. Leclerc is to claim the troops are there to protect the colony and preserve its peace, allowing troops to land and take control of major port cities. Second stage, wage war against the rebel army generals to break the masses' morale. They want to break their morale. They want to do some sneaky shit, act like they're there on good terms, and then wage war. All right. Third stage, disarm all the Negro Indians, the mulattoes, the Creoles, the indigenous people of the land, and force them back onto plantations and reinstate slavery. This is what they kept trying to do, because the prisoners of war, the true indigenous inhabitants of Saint Domingue, the dark-skinned indigenous people, that was their land. It got colonized. They rose up and burnt shit down. And now it's kind of like a peaceful but not peaceful time, to where they trying to reinstate slavery again, but still the people like, we moving a little peaceful, but y'all not going to enslave us again, bitch. It ain't going down. All right, so all right. All right. So they don't want the dark skinned Indians to have rank above captain. All right. General Christophe sets fire to Le Cap, burning it to the ground. They done burnt Le Cap several fucking times. They like, we rebelling. Fuck this. All right. So, all right. They burnt it to the ground in anticipation of the European troops' arrival. He writes, the most devastating war in the entire history of Saint Domingue had now begun. February 6, 1802, Leclerc enters Le Cap, which is now completely destroyed. He carries with him a letter from Napoleon Bonaparte requesting L'Ouverture's surrender. In France, Bonaparte is... Anyway, I don't even like reading his name. I don't. Anyway. Okay, so February 1802 to November 1803, he sends 80,000 troops and 408 ships to reinforce Leclerc's troops, some of who have been in Saint Domingue since 1792. L'Ouverture hastily sends instructions to his leaders throughout the colony, warning that the French intend to restore slavery. Because you was on the fence. All right. All of his letters are intercepted, and one by one, his generals defeat. Excuse me. His generals detect to fight for the French. What? Okay. Dessalines and Christophe are trapped in the north. By mid-February, nearly half of L'Ouverture's army is fighting under Leclerc, who gains control of the entire south. L'Ouverture's only remaining option is to hold out until the rainy season, several months away, with the hope that France's troops would succumb to the tropical climate and fall ill. His strategy was founded in reality. Within first 2 weeks of Leclerc's arrival, 2,000 European troops were already in the hospital, 3/4 of them sick and the rest wounded. After 3 weeks, 500 more soldiers had died and another 1,000 were wounded. Leclerc is forced to request an additional 6,000 troops apart from these already promised, and further reinforcement of 20,000 troops per month for the next 3 months in order for his mission to succeed. This is a image Santo Domingo, capture Ravini Culuvares. Butchered it. All right. Siege de la Crête-et-Parat par l'armée Française. All right, look at this shit. Let me see. All right, so y'all see the map. Okay, they give a map. I'm just trying to see. Okay, so he was right here. Yeah, he was in the north. They was talking about he was in the north. All right, so March 24th, 1802. All right. Oh, yeah, this is nice and big, too. I need to make it a little smaller, though. All right. The French suffer a major loss in the Battle of Crête-à-Parat when European troops attack a fort defended by Dessalines, Leclerc, all right, attempting to break the resistance in the west, intended to recapture the fort to compensate for the fact that his campaign is already behind schedule. Dessalines' forces are outnumbered with 1,500 Negro Indian rebels facing 12,000 European colonists. Undeterred, Dessalines gives a rousing speech urging his countrymen to fight for independence. And they did show Dessalines. I can go back and show him. That's March 1802, but it was on, I don't know, a couple of pages back. Okay, we'll pull up some pictures of him. All right. So he rouses them to fight for independence. It's okay. It says, take courage, I tell you. Take courage. The whites from France cannot hold out against us here in Saint Domingue. They will fight well at first, but soon they will fall sick and die like flies. Listen well. If Dessalines surrenders to them 100 times, he will betray them 100 times. I repeat it. Take courage, and you will see that when the French are reduced to small numbers, we will harass them and beat them. Oh, he coming up with the strategy. Okay. We will burn the harvest and then take to the hills. They will be forced to leave. Then I will make you independent. There will be no more white colonists among us. Dessalines holds out against 2 attacks launched by Leclerc and then manages a brilliantly maneuvered excavation of his troops through enemy lines, 10 times their own number. Leclerc's inability to defeat Dessalines and his resistant army signifies a major turning point in the war in favor of the revolutionaries. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, in favor of the revolutionary. Yes. Excuse me. A notable woman of the Haitian Revolution shines at the Battle of RRJXITIPS.ART. Marie Jeanne Montier La Martiniere. She was a Haitian soldier known not only for her courage, but for her skills in battle and strategy. She was a leading figure in a pivotal battle of Crete Parat in 1802. She fought in a male uniform and was well respected by her male compatriots. All right. And that picture in the Library of Congress, it said Women in Haitian Revolution History. Okay, that's like a depiction of her. All right. Let's see. Okay, okay. Okay. So the women that I showed earlier, I'm going to just share this real quick. Cecile, Fatiman, and Sanit Belair and Victoria Mantou. But these are a depiction of what they looked like. They were born in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. All right. She was a Haitian revolutionary soldier and a nurse. Described as Creole, mulatto, Negro Indian, she was raised on a plantation in Port-au-Prince. Marie Jeanne, she received formal education before marrying Louis Darry Lamartiniere. Marie Jeanne. All right, I just wanted to put a visual with it. Okay, back to the lecture at hand. All right. So, yeah, she fought in a male uniform and was well respected by her male compatriots. Another notable woman of the revolution worth noting was one of Dessalines' loyal fighters. Victoria Montu, known as Toya, was a fighter in Jean-Jacques Dessalines' army during the Haitian Revolution, and they did show her. She's pretty. I haven't shared her picture years ago. Here she is, right here. Let's put it in English, so I can. They use this picture right here. Okay. All right. She's pretty. I like her head wrap and her earrings. She has beautiful features. And she's melanated. She's a Haitian Creole woman, a Negro. All right. All right. In Santo Domingo, Saint Domingue, present day Haiti, then a French colony, Victoria Montu, known as Toya, was exploited as a prisoner of war on the coffee plantation of the colonist Henri Duclos. Strong and energetic, she was condemned to the harshest and most arduous task. Among other prisoners of war exploited on the plantation, she lived alongside Jean-Jacques Duclos, who, as was often the case, received the name of his supervisor, they say master, who would later become Jean-Jacques Dessalines, the future emperor of Haiti and considered the father of the nation. Later, Jean-Jacques Dessalines would refer to Toya as his aunt. All right. Okay, so they even go okay, let's read this. Let's do a side note and read this. Okay. All right. So yes, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, the future emperor of Haiti and considered the father of the nation. Later, Jean-Jacques Dessalines would refer to Toya as his aunt. And put that in an excellent thing. Their supervisor is a harsh man who doesn't hesitate to use violence, and Toya and Jean-Jacques share a hatred of slavery, resentment against their masters, and a spirit of defiance. They had a spirit of defiance. They were rebels, revolutionaries. Other than him, she teaches him aspects of not only indigenous culture, but African culture also, diasporic culture. All right. Now they were in the diaspora, so the Caribbean. Okay. Okay. As well as knife handling and hand-to-hand combat. All right. She taught Jean-Jacques hand-to-hand combat and how to fight with a knife. And the two develop a strong bond. Henri Duclos sees their relationship and Toya's teaching as a threat to his safety. Yes, a threat to your safety. Because she's teaching him how to defend himself. All right. So they transfer Toya to another plantation, the Deluger plantation, and Jean-Jacques is sold to a Negro indigenous man named Dessalines. Jean-Jacques Duclos then becomes Jean-Jacques Dessalines. And her new domain Toya, continued to be exploited in the fields. Strong-willed, she was placed in charge of about 50 prisoners of war. The French physician Jean-Baptiste Morambeau, who would later become the emperor's physician, met her at the time and described her thus. At the head of about 50 prisoners of war was Toya holding some kind of knife. Scathe. I'm pronouncing it wrong, maybe. I'm butchering it, forgive me. With a I'm not even gonna say it because I don't even want them to chop my words or nothing. But basically, she has some knives, machetes, and some tools that she could work on the plantation with. All right, she has some sharp objects. All right, and she had an indigo dyeing knife hanging from the belt of her jacket. On Toya's command, some were sent to clear the land, others to plow, and still others to harvest and place grain in large baskets. The doctor spoke of her as charismatic and authoritarian. She was charismatic and authoritarian woman. Her commands were identical to those of a general. All right, so this is her. This is what they say, and this is her. Portrait of a Haitian woman. All right, let's see. All right, and then we got Jean-Jacques. We're going to show him in color because they did show him in black and white in this book that I'm reading from. All right, he's the Presidente, the Emperor of Haiti. All right, so where I left off reading, he's about to be that in a minute. In a minute. All right, hey, here we go. All right, so that was the picture. Okay. All right, so she served as a warrior. Okay. Okay, so they saying she did have some African, is what they saying. Not only was she Haitian Creole indigenous, but she had a little African in her. It says, oh, excuse me. Let's read it. Let me get this correct. It says Victoria Toya Montu, known as Toya, was a fighter in Jean-Jacques Dessalines' army during the Haitian Revolution. She had served as a warrior for the Empire of Dahomey in Africa before she was shipped as a slave to Haiti. She soon escaped the plantation, and some report that she agreed to rescue a newborn baby and train him in battle skills she learned as a warrior in Africa. This young boy allegedly became the future leader, Dessalines. This story reminds me of The Woman King, except it's with a woman type of thing. It's interesting how they kind of like flipped it a little bit. Okay. I think of all kind of clues and shit. All right, so here he goes. They got the other picture was in black and white when they showed him. Now they got a color one. All right. 25th of March, France, England, and Spain signed a treaty of Amiens, achieving peace for 14 months during the Napoleonic Wars. By this point, France has gained back control of many of the colonies it had lost in recent years. All right. April 26, 1802. A warrant is issued in the colony for the arrest and capture of L'Ouverture and Christophe. After several failed negotiations, L'Ouverture tries once more to reach a settlement with the French, sending Christophe to confer with Leclerc in order to discover his intentions. Christophe deserts, taking with him 12,000 soldiers as well as artillery and ammunitions. Leclerc makes an offer to Overture, which would allow him to maintain his staff, retain his army ranks and functions, and retire to a place of his choosing. The Overture realizes that he can't survive another loss, so he accepts. As a result, Dessalines is forced to submit as well and reluctantly joins the French, breaking ties with L'Ouverture in the process. Dessalines is the more militant of the two and holds the opinion that L'Ouverture should have thrown out the French and declared independence when he learned of Leclerc's expedition. Dessalines begins biding his time to unite the colonies, Negro Indians, Creoles, mulattoes, maroons, in order to finally expel the French. April 27th, 1802. Bonaparte approves a decree reestablishing slavery and the slave trade in Martinique, Tobago, and St. Lucie. Bonaparte insists that slavery won't be restored in Saint Domingue and Guadeloupe. So he insists that slavery won't be restored in Saint Domingue and Guadeloupe. Okay. 3 months after landing, when he had intended the campaign to be finished, Leclerc realizes that the difficulties involved in reconquering Saint Domingue and bringing it fully under French domination are eminently more formidable than Bonaparte ever presumed. A third of his original army is incapacitated, and thousands more have been killed in battle. By now, European troops are dying in hospitals at the rate of 30 to 50 soldiers per day. There are few treatment options following the destruction of the colony's infrastructure. The principal cities that have been burned to the ground offered little or no resources at all, and the Europeans are without medical supplies, clothes, and shoes. June 1802. In order to maintain his current position and take the mountains in the north and the west where the resistance army is concentrated, Leclerc estimates he needs 25,000 additional troops. He writes in June that every day Negro Indians become more audacious. They become more audacious. Yeah, you're right. They getting their boldness back. Because they warriors and warrioresses. You fucking right, all right? Like the audacity of them. Audacious. So he wrote to France saying all this shit. He said he's not strong enough to order a general disarmament or to implement the necessary measures because they keep trying to bring slavery back. They ain't having it. The government must begin to think about sending out a successor. Toussaint Fort de June. June 7th. All right. Leclerc betrays his agreement with L'Ouverture, deceiving and imprisoning the governor general. Leclerc lures L'Ouverture into a conference, arrests him, binds him as a common criminal, and ships him to France with his family and manservant. He is incarcerated and left tragically to die of consumption in an isolated prison cell high in the French Alps. July 1802, popular movements reemerged in the South with the objective of expelling the French. The Negro Indians, the Creoles, the mulattoes see that despite France's claims, Leclerc fully intends to reinstate slavery. They like, oh, we see your intentions. You really trying to do this. All right, July 7th, 1802. In L'Ouverture's absence, Leclerc temporarily restores peace and production and orders the resistance troops back to work. New waves of rebellion erupt when he tries to disarm and suppress laborers. Like, you're not going to disarm us and suppress us. So they resist and take to the hills and join the Maroon guerrilla bands. And we're going to highlight them too. So these are dark-skinned indigenous people. We're going to highlight them. Y'all also check out a good channel, Autonomous Party. They be having a lot of good stuff about, Maroons, etc. That's another channel to check out. And of course, y'all check out Wale Origins. All right, I already shouted out my partnership channel, Southeastern Talking Stick Podcast, where we give y'all that Negro Indian, her story and history. Yes, and we have discussions, Sunday panel discussions. Y'all can tune in Sunday, January 4th. All right. All right. Wait a minute. I'm looking this up. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like, okay, all right. So I'm just looking up this little section that they talking about the Maroons in Saint Domingue, now Haiti. I'm pulling this up. Excuse me, y'all. Okay. Who is this? Henri Christophe. All right. All right. So the Maroon guerrilla bands. All right. So in Saint Domingue, now Haiti, Maroon guerrilla bands known as Maroons were crucial communities of escaped Negro Indians, prisoners of war, who formed independent settlements in the mountains, launching raids and fighting colonial forces with leaders like Macondo, becoming legendary figures who challenged the slave system. They fought against that shit and foreshadowed the Haitian Revolution, taking advantage of the French-Spanish border conflicts to survive and grow. Okay, origins. Maroons established communities in Hispaniola, the island shared by modern-day Haiti and the Dominican Republic. From the 16th century onwards, growing significantly as the French colony of Saint-Domingue developed. They thrived in the mountainous interior, using the difficult terrain to their advantage for defense and hiding. Guerrilla warfare, they attacked plantations, freed enslaved peoples, and disrupted the colonial economy. Intelligence acted as messenger spies, linking desperate plantations. Yes. Okay. They were autonomous societies. They formed their own villages, governed themselves, and maintained independence from French rule. Macondo, all right, a powerful maroon leader. He was a very dark-skinned, um, indigenous man. All right. Okay. They said he was an alleged sorcerer. So he probably was up in there practicing voodoo and doing them guerrilla war tactics, and they wasn't fucking with him. So, okay. So they said he was an alleged sorcerer who led significant resistance in the mid-18th century, becoming a symbol of defiance before his capture and execution, fueling the spirit of rebellion. So when they kept escaping, as I've been reading, when they kept escaping up into the mountains, they was going with them dark-skinned Creole Negro Indians. They like, yeah, they living autonomous up here, and they fighting for their freedom, and they keeping it. All right, I like it. I love it, actually. Okay, their existence was a constant threat. All right. To the brutal plantation system, inspiring hope for freedom and demonstrating that resistance was possible, heavily influencing the eventual Haitian Revolution. They was up there in them mountains, tropical mountains. All right. The organized maroon communities and their guerrilla tactics laid the groundwork for the massive slave revolt, prisoner of war revolt that began in 1791. And I believe that's where I started reading in 1791. We finally in 1801. All right. With many Maroons joining or leading the revolutionary forces, challenging French authority until independence was achieved. Yes, 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 yes. Awesome. Awesome. I just had to read an excerpt from that. Yeah. So they were all up in the diaspora, all up in the Caribbean. All right. So let's see. All right. So several rebel leaders control up to several thousand troops who terrorize the colonists as the insurrection becomes increasingly generalized. By the end of July, French troop losses are dramatically okay. Where is it? Okay. All right, excuse me. Dramatically accelerated by the persistent ravages of the fever. News reaches Saint Domingue. Slavery has been restored in Guadeloupe. In keeping with the law passed by the French government to reopen the slave trade, the Negro Indians' reactions to this development, is damaging to Leclerc. Because they probably was on 10, like, fuck that. We about to rebel again. Okay. Leclerc, who now blames his expedition failures to date on the premature restoration of slavery. All right, so when they heard about that, they got riled up like, we can't begin lax. We need to continuously rebel and fight. All right. Had there been any initial doubt as to the purpose of Leclerc's mission, with its secret instructions, the restoration of slavery in Guadeloupe, combined now with his measures to disarm the Negro Indian population and troops, unequivocally dispelled it and left the masses with one, imperative objective: the unmitigated and permanent destruction of the French presence in Saint Domingue. Yeah, get them out of there. Get them out of there. Because they was doing too much. August 1802, Saint Domingue at last receives news of Bonaparte's May decree that reestablished slavery in Martinique, Tobago, and St. Lucie. Despite Bonaparte's reassurances that emancipation in Saint Domingue will not be revoked. The prisoners of war are already aware that he has reneged on the same promise in Martinique. The news of the restoration of slavery in the other French colonies fanned the flames of revolution in Saint Domingue. All right. The dark-skinned Indians, the Creoles, the mulattoes, maroons, officers in the French army, incorporated after L'Ouverture's surrender, break with the French and rejoin the revolutionary troops in maroon guerrilla bands. They join them. They like, if we want to get some shit done, we gonna have to include the maroon guerrilla bands. Slave resistance against French increases. So the prisoners of war, they rebelling. They're rebels now. They're revolutionaries. All right. So the resistance against the French increases in the north, promptly the south to become more organized as well. Insurrection is everywhere, and suspected plotters are executed by the dozen. As the whites' panic reaches new heights, they start panicking. They seeing, they rising up. They start to panic. All right. The French employed terror as a method of control and increased the frequency and severity of their violence against Negro Indians, Creoles, Haitian Creoles. They say mulattoes. All right, maroons. The core of the revolution is now composed primarily of average laborers, not military leaders, who had already been fighting over 10 years. The course of the struggle that they began in 1791 had transformed them. They were no longer, nor could they ever again be slaves. They done been through too much shit. They've been transformed. They were no longer the revolutionaries. The Negro Indian revolutionaries, the Haitian Creoles, they were no longer, or could they ever again be slaves. Despite setbacks, these revolutionary fighters, warriors, warrioresses continue to spread through the region to proselytize, recruit, assemble, and devise plans of action to overcome the French. The whole burden of resistance now lay squarely upon their shoulders, and for resisting, they will face firing squads, be hanged, drowned, or even gassed to death. They didn't give a fuck. They like, we gonna fight for our freedom. We gonna be emancipated. We gonna be emancipated. That's what we're gonna be. We gonna stay free. All right. Henri Christophe points out the danger for France is in the general opinion of the Negro Indians, the Haitian Creoles. As a result, Leclerc realizes he would have to unalive all the Haitian Creoles, the Negro Indians in Saint Domingo to successfully complete his mission. And he knew he didn't have the power to do that. He knew he couldn't do that. He knew he fucking could not do that. So, August 27th, 1802. I don't want to see his face on my screen. Okay. All right. August 27th, 1802. In the South, the Negro Indians, the Haitian Creoles, rise up against the white colonizers, taking advantage of an insufficient level of troops. Black militia, they say black militia, the Maroons, the dark-skinned indigenous peoples of Saint Domingo, Santo Domingo, Saint Domingo. All right. Many deserting the French captured the fort of St. Louis during the night and take the city. This was the first time a city had been successfully been captured by insurgent Negro Indians, Haitian Creoles in the South. They call them the misnomer black. So when they say that in this, they talking about the dark-skinned indigenous people that are natives to Haiti, to Saint Domingo. All right. Insurrections throughout the region reflect the growing participation of Negro Indian, Haitian Creole soldiers, warriors, and low-ranking officers. These troops forced to fight for the French when their leaders deserted, used their position and arms to aid insurgent movements. All right, they was getting crafty. All right. At this point, it becomes increasingly clear that France is steadily losing its campaign to take control of Santo Domingo. Santo Domingo. They losing control. The French is losing control. They're realizing it. We not even gonna show him. Okay, on my birthday. September 26, 1802. Let's see what they gonna do this time on my birthday, cause my last birthday was lit. They was fucking some people up. They was burning down plantations. All right. A general insurrection spreads throughout the entire Grande Anse region. Grande Anse region. The Maroons, the dark-skinned Indians, all right, descend from the mountains. They come down. It's about to get live if they coming down, because they got a reputation of being guerrilla war type, and they ain't taking no shit. All right, Maroons descend from the mountains and set fire to 5 plantations and unalive 6 managers. It's getting live now. Again. Because it was real live in the beginning. They was burned down all kind of sugar plantations. They was getting they freedom. Okay. All right, so now it's heating up again. It kind of got like simmered and a little warm for a while, dealing with all the little politics and shit. Now it's getting live. The Maroons is in the building. Them dark skinned indigenous people that set up shop in the mountains and was handling business. I'm excited. Okay. So the outbreak is part of a much bigger plot planned by an extensive network of insurrectionary activity. All right. One rebel leader had established a whole network of spies. One rebel leader had established a whole network of spies and agents who carried out his instructions to visit the plantations of the area to convince the workers that the French had arrived to put them back into slavery. See, they had to do psychology on the people that was getting back comfortable, like going back to work and shit, even though they had their land and they was going back to work. And they was like, nah, don't get comfortable. We gotta fight these people because they want to put you back in slavery. They had to rile them up again. Oh, wow. Okay. I gotta read this again because I love this tactic. Like, nah, don't get comfortable. We got a battle. We got a war. All right. One rebel leader had established a whole network of spies and agents who carried out his instructions to visit plantations of the area to convince the workers that the French had arrived to put them back into slavery, that they must rise and revolt against the French government, and that at any given time they should assemble at Fon Rouge or Fon to receive orders. Okay, so they had to meet up at this Fon Rouge, all right, to receive their orders and munitions is what they saying. The French hunt for the rebels, killing anyone that they suspect. Though Leclerc's reports reassure Bonaparte that the situation is in control. The rebels gain on the Europeans. Yeah, clean my glass up. All right. On the Europeans in the east, up to 5,000 revolutionary troops gather. Negro Indians, the Haitian Creoles, the mulattoes, the Maroons, officers and soldiers desert with the French troops' equipment. So they take the French troops' equipment and begin attacking cities. They like, oh yeah, it's on. Entire plantations are abandoned or overthrown. They are abandoned or overthrown. There are multiple uprisings throughout the South. That's fucking right. All right, and we talking about the south side of Haiti, Saint Domingue or Santo Domingo. All right, October 2nd, 1802, Leclerc realizes that in order to accomplish his goals, it will be necessary to completely restart the colony, eliminating the rebels, and importing new slaves to run the plantations, he writes Bonaparte. Because he's saying, in essence, he know that you not getting nothing off on these in Negro Indian prisoners of war. You not getting that slavery shit off on them, cause they gonna fucking rebel. All right, so he wrote him saying all the shit, right? If he wrote him saying, oh, and I kind of don't even want to fucking read his words, but all right. Leclerc, he wrote back to Napoleon and said, if my position has turned from good to critical, it is not just because of the yellow fever, which he along with his troops contracted, but as well the premature reestablishment of slavery in Guadeloupe, and the newspapers and letters from France that speak of nothing but slavery. Here is my opinion on this country. We must destroy all the Negro Indians, the Haitian Creoles, and the Maroons, mulattoes in the mountains, the men and women, because he know that's where the Maroon colonies was at, basically. The Maroons, they was there, right? The men and women, and spare only the children under 12 years of age. Yeah, because you can kind of influence them. That's why you want that shit. We must destroy half of those in the plains and must not leave a single colored person, Negro Indian, in the colony who has worn an what? Epaulette. Anyway, so he wrote Napoleon saying all this shit. So the final years, we getting to the end. The final years. All right, here we go. So the final years of the revolution, 1802 to 1803. All right. October 13th through 14th, 1802, revolutionary leaders, including Dessalines and Christophe, at last detect from the French taking with them Negro Indian, mulatto, Creole, Haitian Creoles, Maroons, generals, and issuing a general call to arms. A new revolutionary army forms with mostly Negro Indian officers and rank and file soldiers. Negro Indian and mulattoes begin to form a national identity around their common goal of expelling the French colonizers. Because these people are from various indigenous tribes throughout the land. But they are starting to form a national identity for their common goal of expelling the French colonizers, the enemy. November 2nd, 1802. Leclerc dies of yellow fever. They probably was like, it took forever to get that asshole out of here. All right. Before his death, he recommends to Bonaparte that Rochambeau succeed him. He is a person of integrity, a good military man, blah, blah, blah. And he hates the Negro Indians. Fuck them, all right? Fuck Leclerc and Rochambeau. Fuck them. Fuck them. All right, so he takes command as a captain general of the colony, writing to Bonaparte for an additional 35,000 troops to defeat, disarm, and drive back the Negro Indians, Haitian Creoles. He becomes known for his ruthless violence and massacres, even bringing man-eating dogs from Cuba to hunt the Negro Indians. All right, Ranchambo, he trying to get savage with it, right? But he about to, okay. He about to meet his maker. Excuse me. Okay. Command of the French forces thus failed to Rochambeau, in whose name and by whose orders so many atrocities and mass murders, ghastly acts unparalleled since the days of slavery had already been committed in the South and the West. I don't like him. He's a little savage. I don't like him because he was doing harmful things to the indigenous inhabitants of Saint Domingue, Haiti. All right, January 1st, 1803. Rochambeau requests special permission to immediately proclaim the restoration of slavery as the French lose control of more and more of the colony. Rebellion erupts in Port Salut in the south. A white Frenchman renowned for his cruelties writes to Regard from Les Cayes, "These men who have risen today in insurrection have always conducted themselves in a manner deserving of praise for their leaders and the confidence of the government. I am without forces, and I fear that this little insurrection at Port Salut might spread." Oh, it's going to spread. All right. Now allied insurgent Negro Indians, Haitian Creoles, mulattoes, maroons strike at all points throughout the interior. They fucking strike. The entire plain was in a state of insurrection as the Negro Indian laborers began to raise the cane fields and set the plantations ablaze once again. Oh, it's going, it's getting off. They getting off. I love it. They rising up. Yes, they rising up. All right, so they begin to set the plantations ablaze. The insurrection, powered by the populace, becomes generalized. The leaders had organized and sustained the resistance against Leclerc independently, despite the defections of the founding fathers. They espoused their values, focusing on independence, voodoo, their goals, and culture. Y'all see that? I'm going to drink to that. I'm going to drink to that. It's a celebration. I'm still drinking that rum. The ancestors speaking with that rum, with this aged dark rum. And tomorrow I'll do my tequila because I don't mix liquors. I don't do that shit. I don't fuck around. But I gotta have a shot of this rum on this. I do. I do. I don't know why it does that. The green screen must be good. Anyway, so back to the lecture at hand. It says that the dark-skinned indigenous peoples of Haiti, Saint Domingue, they espouse their values. They focus on independence, voodoo, and their goals and their culture. Their worldview has developed apart from that of their generals because they had no real place in the Louvatorian society that Toussaint had forged. They gave him his own little shit, overture. Yeah, they went down with Louverture's plans. They was like, we gotta get this freedom and live by our own rules and do what's best for our people, the well-being of our people, spiritually, mentally, and physically. Because it said their values, focusing on independence, their values, voodoo, their goals, and their culture. Dessalines is threatened by the laborers' independence and resistance to his leadership. And in response, unalives independent leaders who refuse to submit, saying that they had become obstacles to freedom and therefore had to be liquidated. Shit. Yeah, that's that asshole. I ain't even gonna show him. I don't want to show his name. All right, April 7th, 1803. The French troop launched a final effort to subdue the rebel forces. They still trying. The Europeans are without any money or supplies and are forced to trade their ammunitions for food sold by local women. The troops are heavily afflicted by yellow fever and are weakened by famine. In Grand Annecy, the French last stronghold, a new insurrection breaks out. Masses of Creole, Haitian Creole, Negro Indian plantation laborers, and local officers burned the region and spread their insurrection. They burning shit again. They burning shit again. They like, we're gonna burn this shit down. And then we're gonna build it back up later for us. All right. Regal writes that the worst part is that Grand NC affords these rebels 25 to 30,000 Negro Indian laborers, 1/4 of who have already waged war against Renault during the occupation. April 30th. This illegal Louisiana purchase. Now I've done a little video on it. The illegal Louisiana purchase. So I did, when the Super Bowl was in New Orleans, I did revisit the illegal Louisiana purchase because y'all need to do some research on the Washita and the Empress and how the court said that Louisiana is her family's. It belongs to Negro Indians of Louisiana. But that's a whole nother story. Y'all can look at my video about that. And y'all can just check out Southeastern Talking Stick podcast, because we have briefly talked about the illegal Louisiana purchase. And we may need to revisit that again. Right after Haitian Independence Day. The illegal Louisiana purchase. Because how they going to purchase something that ain't theirs? That's dark-skinned indigenous people's land, Louisiana. And it was more than just that little patch that y'all see as Louisiana. It was basically the middle of the fucking map. Middle to close to the whole middle to the edge of the U.S. That whole, matter of fact, I'm just going to pull it up real quick. Basically, this is, where are they? Stop. All right, so this is Louisiana. All of this was Louisiana, and even more, basically. More of it was. They just kind of, but that just give you some kind of visual, right? And this was what, 1804, 05? But basically, all of this was Louisiana. All of this. All right, so y'all can check out Southeastern Talking Stick podcast, and of course, Ravenredtailhawk Jaguarxi Tips channel. I did like a breakdown of it, but I was really talking about the Super Bowl because it was in New Orleans. And that was a segue into talking about the illegal Louisiana purchase. So, all right, back to the lecture at hand. All right. All right. April 30th, 1803. The illegal Louisiana Purchase Treaty is signed, and France cedes its North American territory to the U.S. This illegal sale, because it's fucking illegal, this illegal sale marks Bonaparte's withdrawal from the Western Hemisphere as his troops are defeated in Saint Domingue. So he couldn't win. Him and his troops, they couldn't win in Haiti, Saint Domingue. They couldn't win. So he tried to go conquer somewhere else and do some illegal shit. Okay. All right. So he turns his attention elsewhere. Over the coming months, General Rochambeau and his troops are fucking defeated from the south to the north. From the north to the fucking south. They fucking defeated. And we're talking about Saint Domingue right now. Haiti, and where Haiti and the Dominican Republic are. All right. So, May 18th, 1803, Dessalines creates the Haitian flag at Arcahani, RKI. He rips the white fabric from the French tricolor with the red and blue representing the unity of dark-skinned Indians, Haitian Creoles, mulattoes, maroons, all of that against the white colonizers. A Haitian woman plays a critical role in this historic moment. Catherine Fillon was a seamstress who famously sewed the first Haitian flag at the request of Dessalines. Fillon is also known for having nursed the sick and wounded after nearby battles. With this, the Haitian flag is born. Negro, Indian, mulattoes, Haitian Creoles, generals swear allegiance to Dessalines, creating a cross-class alliance to fight their common enemy. To this day, Fête Drapeau, or Flag Day, is a national holiday celebrated in Haiti on May 18th. So we know about the Flag Day. All right. Source: Women in Haitian Revolution, Library of Congress, February 28, 2025. This is Emperor Jean-Jacques Dessalines featuring the Haitian flag in the background. Yes. Okay. And I'm gonna take this time to show these pictures right here because I made this little collage basically of some key points. Like in the background is the lady sewing the Haitian flag, and I'm gonna show her. But this is a beautiful Haitian Creole indigenous woman, a Negro Indian woman from Haiti holding up the Haitian flag. And then we got the prominent leaders in the Haitian Revolution. Yes, we got Ana Koana, all right, and we have the sacred tobacco spirit. We got Soup Jumu. We got Ana Koana again, and we got Urzuli Dantor up in this, representing powerful energy. Is her knife? Her knife might be tucked right here. But this is the great matriarch, the great mother, the fiery spirit of Haiti. Urzuli Dantor. Urzuli Danto. All right. Honoring Haitian Independence Day. Creole, Taino, Maroon, all the derivatives, all the misnomers that they have given our people, and they just are describing dark-skinned indigenous peoples of the diaspora. They came up with all these caste systems and all this shit, but so some of them look like Ana Koana, this rendition of her. Some of them look like this, the dark-skinned Tainos. Some of them look like this rendition of Ana Koana. Yeah, I read this earlier. And I'm going to pull up some last-minute images, and we're going to close out. Because I did have some other stuff that I was going to touch on. Okay, so once again, y'all can check out the Haitian Rara festivals. They do have indigenous roots like Taino or Rito celebrations, instruments like maracas, giras, vaccines, Drums have indigenous origins. And of course, Haitian voodoo. All right. Some of those Haitians went to Louisiana. All right. You saw how Bonaparte switched up. He was interested in Saint Domingue. And he couldn't fucking conquer Saint Domingue. He had some moments of where he conquered and he was basking in that shit, him and his people. But the people kept fucking rising up because they were indigenous to the land. And they like, nah, we taking back what is ours. So call them who they are, indigenous Haitians. They are indigenous peoples. They are just many shades of brown, melanated. All right. So they also had these chants. All right. Ayi Bobo. All right. And Ayi Aya Bombe. Okay. So they had different you know, sayings and like war cries and like celebration cries or celebration chants. But voodoo is the spirituality system. And that's like a collective. It's like a gumbo pot of the spirituality and culture of dark-skinned indigenous peoples in Haiti, Saint Domingue, and Louisiana. Because how Bonaparte switched from them, he couldn't keep them conquered in IET, so he went to Louisiana and did that illegal Louisiana purchase because that shit was illegal. He had no right to try to purchase some shit that didn't even belong to the person trying to fucking sell it. What? So that chant, Ahi Aya Bobe, means I would rather be dead than be a fucking slave. So let me just thumb through here. How y'all doing in the chat? I know everybody, they probably took a break and came back because I done been on here fucking almost 5 hours. Because it's a celebration. It's Haitian Independence Day. Because Haitian Creoles, that just means you have a gumbo pot of cultures. All right. Different indigenous cultures mating together and creating legacies, basically. Okay? Creating families and legacies. Just making sure I cover everything I wanted to cover. I am gonna show these books again though. Shout out to them badass Maroons that was up in the mountains doing guerrilla warfare and holding it down because they sparked. The Maroons are just dark-skinned indigenous peoples of the land of IET, Saint Domingue. They was like, nah, we resist this slavery bullshit. We free. They was really wise and smart. They strategized. They did all that. They had the spiritual covered, the mental covered, and the physical covered. Because they had to rile the people up because they was getting lax and shit. It's like, nah, we gotta take this to the fucking next level and take our land back. So we did go, oh, okay, so here we go, bam. Okay, let's finish up and then I'm gonna show the stuff. Okay, so I got carried away. I was excited. All right. So, all right. Yeah, okay. Because I was trying to show y'all the woman that sewed that made the Haitian flag, right? Yeah. Let me pull that up. Let me pull that up. But I did put her in the background. Excuse me, I'm pulling it up. All right, so okay, so here's another one, basically. All right, so she's sewing the first Haitian flag. All right, and indigenous Haitians, they basically inspire the world of dark-skinned indigenous people everywhere that remember who the fuck you are. Remember who the fuck you are. Take your land back. Take your identity back. Live and love life. Live and love life. Organize. Handle business. Leave legacies for your families, your descendants, all of that good stuff. Take pride, take care of your family, your land, all of that. They fought for that shit. And they showed a good ass fucking example of revolution, rebellion. They had a true warrior's heart, a true warrior spirit, especially the Maroons. Shout out to the Maroons. Even though they use a misnomer to describe them. They're just dark-skinned indigenous peoples. Various tribes. They banded together because they was rebels. They was like, we not dealing with this shit. We rebelling because this is our shit. So shout out to our Haitian relations, y'all. And some of them, like I said, some of them came to Louisiana and mixed with the Creoles there. So a lot of y'all got some Haitian blood up in you. Okay. But because we are Creole cousins, Creole relations, I rock with my Haitian family, my Haitian relations. I rock with y'all. Always had respect. I even got a Haitian flag. And it's on one of my altars. Just because of the Louisiana Creole culture that's in my bloodline, that whole mixture, that pot of gumbo, it's some tribes that's up in there. I have a lot of things from my Louisiana Creole culture. So, hey, I represent my people that they revolutionaries, they rebels, they warriors, warrioresses. They represent it well. I've always given honor and respect. Even with me practicing, I have some, because y'all know I do spiritual sessions, spirituality sessions, and life path sessions, readings. And I have a deck that is a diaspora based deck. And it has Haitian Creole. I got a whole, don't get it twisted, I got a whole Louisiana, New Orleans Creole deck. I got that. But I also have one that has Haitian Creole, because it got the low eyes in there. All right. It got the low eyes. It does have diasporic elements. So it does have some Agbulan and Caribbean elements. It has Umbanda. It has some from Brazil. It's like a gumbo pot oracle deck. And it has Umbanda, a little Palo, a little Santeria. It got voodoo, all of that. And it is our ancestors, our dark skinned indigenous ancestors, spirituality and culture that's honoring the forces of nature and the things of life fucking lessons, and how to tap into the forces of nature and how to honor great mystery, great spirit, the creator, creatress, how to honor each other, just all of that goodness. Voodoo, y'all been misinformed on voodoo. So y'all need to look into Louisiana voodoo and Haitian voodoo and see the similarities. See the similarities. See the family the family element of the shit. All right, I just had to show y'all that and run my mouth for a minute. Let's continue. We're closing out. I can't believe this is the first live I've ever did almost 5 hours. I done did some 3-hour ones, but this is the next day after Gregorian New Year's Eve. But today is January 1st is always Haitian Independence Day. I've always given a post shout out or something. I'll drink a shot of rum. I'll do my own little shit. But this time I just went hard with it. Almost 5 fucking hours. I've been just going hard. And we got our rum, we got our tobacco, we got our Zuli Dontor. Let me look at this. What you doing? Alright. So represent. This is the fierce mother protector type energy. They call her Saint Barbara. So I do have a deck. It has like a gumbo pot of Creole cultures, melanated indigenous Creole cultures. So I do have some decks that I tap into to, give you your spiritual reading or give you your spiritual session. So, all right, back to the lecture at hand. We closing out. All right, so May 18th. Okay, so we did talk about the flag. All right. With this, the Haitian flag is born. Dark-skinned Indians, dark to the lightest. All right. Haitian Creole, indigenous Negro Indians swear their allegiance to Dessalines, creating a cross-class alliance to fight their common enemies. To this day, Fête Drapeau or Flag Day is a national holiday celebrated in Haiti, Haiti, May 18th. All right. August 1803, the French evacuate. What does it say? The French evacuate. That's what I said. Let's say that again. The French do what? They evacuate their troops from Jérémie in the south October 17th, 1803. All right, that's it. My last little shot. I don't know if y'all can see it, but it's skulls to represent the ancestors. Anyway, all right. 17th of October, 1803, the Revolutionary Army takes control of Les Cayes in the South because they took over the North and the South. All right. November 17th, 1803, Battle of Vertieres. General Rochambeau surrenders to Dessalines after losing the Battle of Vertieres, agreeing to a ceasefire as long as French forces evacuate within 10 fucking days. To this day, Battle of Vertieres is a national holiday celebrated in Haiti on November 18th. Over the course of the campaign begun by Leclerc, France lost 50,000 men. And in the name of trying to force slavery on somebody. France lost what had been the wealthiest and most flourishing colony in the Caribbean. Yeah. November 28th, 1803. The remaining French troops evacuate Mole Saint Nicolas in the north. They evacuate the north and the south. And they like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. All right. November 30th, 1803. Dessalines, leading 8,000 men, takes possession of Le Cap, officially named Cap Francais, and renames it Cap Haitian. Haitian. All right. Haitian. Yes. So, yeah. Yes. Ayisyen. Excuse me. Ayisyen. All right. So, what else does it say? This is the closeout, y'all. So, Bronchambeau, he fucking flees like a bitch. Fucking bitch. Get the fuck out of here. He was trying to enslave a people. And it's their homeland. It's their land. It's their homeland. Trying to enslave a people in their homeland where they live and take over some shit. Fuck you. Anyway. Here we go. All right. Shout out to this library.brown edu Haitian History Index. This timeline is a result of a final project by Kona Shin at Brown University. Thank you to the Brown University Department of Africana Studies. See, they get us with that misnomer. They try to call everybody African that's melanated. That's what they do. They try to call everybody that's melanated African. But it's dark-skinned indigenous people on all continents. Do your research of every continent. And if you go back to the original people that were on that continent, they're going to be melanated. That means from the darkest brown to the lightest brown. That's what the original people are going to look like. All right. So the melanated indigenous woman has the mitochondrial DNA that birthed forth the fucking nations. Check the fucking resume. All right. So I do like this. All right. The history of Haiti, 1492 to 1805. Why is it cutting it off? All right. Hispaniola, the island shared by modern-day Haiti and the Dominican Republic, is located in the Caribbean Sea between Puerto Rico, Jamaica, and Cuba. It is fewer than 700 miles southeast of Florida. Haiti occupies the western third of the island and is home to nearly 10 million people. Since its independence in 1804, Haiti has been beleaguered by foreign occupation, long-term dictatorships, and political instability. It is, they say, the poorest country. It's not, but it is, according to what they're saying, in the Western Hemisphere. However, the country is also renowned for its remarkable history and culture. Haiti was the first independent nation in the Caribbean, the second democracy in the Western Hemisphere, and the first Negro Indian Republic in the world, because those people are indigenous to that land. Therefore, they are indigenous people. Haiti was claimed. He was claimed by Christopher, but on behalf of the Spanish, who renamed it Hispaniola. Why is it not showing the rest of this shit? That's kind of pissing me off. So shout out to this person at Brown University, and she is focusing on the dark-skinned Tainos, the dark-skinned Caribs, the dark-skinned indigenous tribes that were inhabiting Santo Domingo, Haiti, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic. So, all right. So the other things that I had showed earlier. Okay. Okay, they give a good one right here. The history. 1803, 1804, 1805, 1806, 1811, 1822, 1849, 1964, and 1986. This has been the evolution of the Haitian flag. I'm not sure I got one on my altar. Okay, on one of my altars, rather, to represent the Creole culture. All right. My maternal side is of the Louisiana Creole culture. So we have various bloodlines in our family. And like I said, a lot of Haitians came into Louisiana. That gumbo pot. So shout out to my Haitian Creole relations from a descendant of Louisiana Creole. Mama. All right. And quick little tidbit, there are Creoles of color, all shades of Creole peoples, just so y'all know. Y'all have been brainwashed to think that those high yellow ones, those high tan ones, high pinkish tan ones are Creoles, but there are Creoles of color. There are dark-skinned Creole people. Creole culture, basically, is just dark-skinned indigenous tribes that have spirituality and culture, and you are in a place where you all interact, you all marry each other and have babies and create legacies of multicultural Creole peoples with the Creole culture, meaning just uh, a mixture of culture people. And you have different shades, you have different hair types, all these things. So, shout out to my Creoles worldwide, my Creole cultured people worldwide. Shout out to y'all. So, that is the end of the installment today. Celebrating Haitian Independence Day. Oh, let me show soup jumu, because I'm gonna make that shit next year, and I'm gonna have me some Haitian rum. I gotta get it. I gotta dig online and get it. I keep saying I'm gonna get it. I've had rum from different places, but I haven't had no Haitian rum. I've had rum from Barbados and St. Croix and different places, but I have yet to have some Haitian rum. All right, so if y'all want to celebrate, because this was a dish that the little supervisors, masters had the laborers cook them. It was made from the crops and fruits. The fruits and the vegetables, the crops from the land. Their land. It was made from different things from the crops of their land, their native land. And then their bosses had the nerve to say, oh, but y'all can't partake in shit. Bitch. So they celebrate and eat that shit now. All right. Starting in when they started winning them wars, they started partaking in soup jumu. Soup jumu is a traditional Haitian pumpkin soup. Now, I know a lot of indigenous tribes, we have squash, corn, and beans, and we have a lot of vegetables and roots that we cook with. Like, I know I do my soups and stews, especially in the autumn and wintertime. I do a lot of soups and stews, and I love some fresh vegetables. My mama and her family, they had their own land. They didn't leave their land. They kept their land, and she knows how to plant and harvest vegetables and roots. Even my daddy's side of the family, they know how to harvest vegetables and roots and fruits. All that shit. All right. So, soup jumu is a traditional Haitian pumpkin soup, a celebratory dish symbolizing freedom and independence. Traditionally eaten on New Year's Day, to commemorate Haitian liberation from French colonial rule in 1804. It is a hearty stew made with calabaza squash, meat like beef or goat, vegetables, cabbage, carrots, and turnips, pasta or rice, and a flavorful base of epis. Which y'all know about epis. All right. A Haitian seasoning blend of herbs, garlic, and peppers. All right. The soup represents a reclamation of the dish once reserved for the French colonizers, turning it into a powerful symbol of Negro Indian freedom and national identity. Recognized by and so they just give, some little tips, blah, 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 blah. And everybody got their little versions of Soup Jumu. So that's why I have that. I do have a bowl of it on my thumbnail. Right there, Soup Jumu. So, everybody, I will dare to say everybody that's melanated and you have dealt with oppression and things of that nature, or you've heard stories from oral tradition stories from your family members that have dealt with oppression, every melanated person should salute, respect, tip your hat off, give respect, shout out to Haitian independence, because it shows how a people can hold on to their spiritual, mental, and physical culture in the midst of being suppressed, oppressed, and they rise up. Yeah, our ancestors, they got to mingling with other peoples and all of that, and so you had people getting laxed. But I love how the dark-skinned Indians, the dark-skinned indigenous peoples, that they use the misnomer maroons, they had to keep waking the people the fuck up that was getting a little lax. Like, look, they about to come here and reinstate slavery. If you don't get up off your ass and fight for fucking freedom and emancipation, we gotta stay free. Every melanated person that's of just sound mind should just be able to tip your hat off to dark-skinned Taino people, dark-skinned, maroon, Creole, all that, mulattoes. They gave us all these, and I've showed y'all the caste system over and over and over and over again. They given us all these codes noir and all these caste systems. I've showed y'all that shit, and they try to label us this, label us that, instead of what we are, what our ancestors were. Our ancestors were indigenous to the areas that they lived. Therefore, they were the original inhabitants of the land, the original indigenous peoples, and they had names for themselves in their native tongues. But these colonizers came and gave our people other names, misnomers. So I'ma always fucking correct that shit. If I'm reading something on my channel and it say the misnomer black or the misnomer mulatto and all that stuff, I'm gonna say Negro Indian or dark-skinned indigenous peoples. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna fucking do it. That's what the fuck I'm gonna do. So, if you don't like it, if you don't like me constantly correcting shit, then don't come to my channel. Go to somebody else's channel. So, I'm celebrating because I love to see melanated indigenous people rise above and be restored to our original glory. Our ancestors were the originators of all of these things that we call life on Earth. Look at the history of all of the 7 continents. The original inhabitants were melanated, meaning from the darkest brown to the lightest brown, original inhabitants of the land. So, I'm about to close out. I done kicked it with y'all a long time. Long time. So let me do my little plug. So if y'all want to support me, my Creole indigenous culture of products, if y'all want to support me, y'all can support me. And if you want to support my partnership channels and advertisement for me and my cousin, I have my brand. The Master's Table Talk is just an advertisement social media platform. We haven't posted nothing on there in a while, but I have my spiritual readings and she has her spa. So shout out to Mac Blue Maid, Master's Table Talk. All right. And then also Southeastern Talking Stick Podcast, my partnership channel with Pa. All right. Y'all can check us out. So let me pull up my store and my channel. So this is my store. The link is always in the description box. The link is always in the description box. So make sure if y'all want to support me, I have merch. RRJXI tips. Ravenredtailhawk Jaguar. And then the XI, or it could be flipped around to IX, which is the Jaguar. All right. Gulana, Gigagi, Tawodi, Tivdasi, She. Christina, Ravenredtailhawk Jaguar. So I have to honor the oracles, the wise women. I have the Oracle collection. I have yoga mats, meditation mats. I got that. Workout gear. I have chef aprons with the honoring the matriarch. Honoring the matriarch. Honor my ancestors, my culture, my land. Honor and respect to the matriarchs. I have that collection. The Oracle collection, and then my signature collection. So, y'all check it out. Let me show a little bit of the honor and respect, the matriarchs. Pillows, mask. This is for spring and summer though. The bags have blankets, fleece blanket. You got the cups. Yep. So if you want to support, you can get my products, or if you want a spirituality session, that's where I do your indigenous astrology. Or if you just want a life path session, that's when I do a reading on you. using various decks. I have Creole, Spirituality and Culture decks, New Orleans Voodoo Tarot, Oracle cards. I have the one, I can't even think of the name of the deck, but it has the Diasporic Creole Indigenous Cultures, Spirituality and Culture, from Umbanda to Santeria to, of course, Voodoo, Hoodoo. I have Herbal, all that. I have a gumbo pot to help you tap into your true shit, past, present, and then your possible future depends on what the fuck you do, the decisions you make based on the information we discuss. If you make a decision to go left and your ancestors and your intuition, your power told you to go right, but you go fucking left, that's a mistake that you fucking made. You gotta fucking deal with that shit. So we can discuss life path, all that shit. That's one type of session. And then I do indigenous astrology. I deal with also animal spirits, herbs, roots, things of that nature, things to promote healing, dealing with herbs and roots. So hoodoo and voodoo. Yes. So let me pull this up and I'm fucking out of here. For real. Because I can't believe I've been on here 5 hours. So I do have a link that shows my link tree. My link tree website. All right. My link tree will show. All right. Creole Indigenous Spiritualist, Spiritual Life Coach, Oracle Artist, Creatress, RRJXI Tips. That's my brand. Right. So you can either go to my store. This takes you to my store. You can shop and go to my store. And or you can visit my links. You can go down. This is to my website. And then this is to my YouTube channel. All right. My website is here. This is my website. It's on my link tree. You can also click here. It will take you to my store that I just showed you. I have samples of different spiritual readings I've done, spiritual sessions I've done. This one is with the New Orleans Voodoo Tarot. I have Native American, American Indian Tarot Oracle cards. I love Oracle cards that tap into indigenous Creole culture and spirituality. So I show my different journeys where I've been to the Yucatan, Poverty Point, Cahokia, just sacred sites, sacred journeys. I got samples of my readings, my blog. I've written shit, my sacred sites that I've went to visit and had spiritual experiences there while I went to visit. How you can contact me for your spiritual reading or your astrological reading. It's going to be indigenous Creole. No, whatever you get from me, it's going to be Creole, indigenous spirituality and culture. That's what the fuck you're going to get from me. It is in my store and more, my bio and gallery, etc. So, all right. So I believe that that's it. I'm not leaving none out. But I appreciate everybody who came in, left, came back. I was still on. Because I've been on here 5 fucking hours. This is a fucking miracle. It's like different. I gotta color my hair tomorrow. But my gray, I was trying for what I would say under a month. I tried to embrace it. Usually I hurry up and dye my hair gray, wash it, and flat iron it. I don't play. I dyes my hair. But I try to like give it under a month. Like I'm gonna let the grays hang out and play. And my hair is finally growing back because I had cut it some. But it's down my back if I put it in the back. But it's all my real hair. Just so y'all fucking know. My grandmother, especially my father's mother, she could sit on her hair when she was younger. When she got a little older, a little grown, she cut her hair trying to be fast and shit. But she could literally just sit on her hair. So anyway, that's a side note. All right, y'all. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all rocking with me, whether y'all tuned in, left, and came back, or y'all stayed the whole time. I want to say Wado, Yakoki, Shonobishi, Merci beaucoup. Gracias, thank you to everybody. I appreciate y'all. Now, I'm about to do my sacred tobacco. I do have a sacred tobacco pipe for prayers and affirmations. And I do my organic tobacco and my cigar on occasions. I will have a cigar and some rum. I've already poured my libations. I got my candle lit, my Urzuli Dontor lit. All right. So I am RRJXI Tips, your ancestral shapeshifter. Creole indigenous spiritualist. I'm out. I love y'all. Peace. I'm out. Peace.